Now we do.
can,
I'm just-
it makes it so much faster.
Now we're on.
Somebody here.
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
There's nobody to dispute anything.
it's not that, well, in some cases it might make
Good morning,
it a little bit
Ramona.
slower because you have to go through every little
Ramona,
detail of the process.
Yeah,
good morning.
But there's nobody
good morning. How is everybody?
down.
We're good.
Good.
If he were here though, this guy's not, he's not not gonna like put a drink and have like, some sort of act. That's not to say we've never told him.
No, I thought it was here, we were just saying, it day before yesterday, whatever day it was. It was really good.
The guy from O'Connor?
Yeah.
That's all he does.
All
he does.
much information on each.
His whole thing is just the sort of shock and awe bombardment with stuff. And
It's a lot to us, anyway.
it's a lot. It's a lot to keep up with. And I think a lot of smaller districts, he comes in and he just, they can't.
You get overwhelmed.
They can't deal with it. They're just like
Yeah, we have two that are ready.
overwhelmed by everything.
Okay.
But
I don't know if that's
it's
going on.
because they're very
He's just
big.
now sending his evidence, so we're downloading
And
it.
he does a huge bulk of their
And
commercials
he's not gonna
and
be.
all of their hotel stays.
Okay, so they're all
Other
affidavits today.
states that
You need me to, I can read the affidavits if you want to. You want to read the affidavits and then
Sure.
present our case?
Yeah, okay. I'm surprised he's doing affidavits for all of them.
So Ramona,
All right.
What?
it appears Charlie's out this morning, so I'll be reading the script. And it appears that all
Right?
cases today are going to be by affidavit.
Oh, boy.
Okay, let me ask a question about the order in which we do it. Let me ask one question. The first one's still gonna be first.
So we have 1543.
I've got.
Yeah, it should be the first one.
I've got 15.
How is it some days you can figure out how to make it not fog your
I
glasses?
don't know, but
Weird.
yesterday I was having an awful
I don't
time.
understand.
Like, I could not make it
Yeah.
not fog my.
I know, like this one, I'm like,
Yeah, but it's worse, like, the worst is like you go into the grocery store and it's cold in there. And you do
oh
it,
my
and
God.
I can't see the product I'm trying to buy.
Have y'all tried the ones with the little valve on them? You know what I'm talking about? The little plastic thing?
Oh my God, did you see that one guy had one with a huge big old valve and I was like, what is
It looked
that?
kinda like that was,
Did
that
you
That
see
was
him?
like an N95.
was risky.
No,
yeah.
no, no, this wasn't an N95. This was like a valve that was like, it was
It looked like
huge,
it looked like
Yeah.
a pig man.
Yeah.
like a gas
She said
mask.
she
It looked like a pig, kind of like the
Yeah.
little, I mean,
They look like Darth Vader, you know, like-
It was
So we were just
crazy.
gonna, if we have to skip around a little bit due to when they get the evidence in here.
so Ben Thomas is
We
here.
only have two.
So
They don't-
Ben,
they don't
so-
have all the evidence in here.
Hey, guys, Scott's trying to tell you that somebody's here.
no, I'm good.
Okay, we're
I'll
ready.
stand up for you, Scott.
Oh, is he,
He's here if we're ready.
oh,
So
I
you,
thought he said he was gonna do
He's
my
doing
affidavit.
It says right here, admit he's in the waiting room.
okay.
Okay. Well, then now, well, is his affidavit let me see it. Let me see the first one. Let me see the taxpayer. What's the first case number?
1543.
Let me see the taxpayer evidence. Right there. Yeah.
So he's got, the first one is crossed out.
Scroll the other way. I want to see the top, very top. And then scroll down.
Go get your coffee,
Yeah.
girl.
I intended to appear by telephone conference call. He actually crossed it out and checked the third one.
Yes.
If he attends by telephone conference call, if he does not attend by telephone conference call, then we were to read that. But it appears now at this point, he's going to make his own case. So
Okay, so
You
what's
just,
the gentleman's name?
Benjamin Thomas, just go ahead and admit him and start your proceeding. You got it, Amy?
Yep.
Hey, Benjamin, are you there?
Hello?
Hey, you can hear us?
Yeah. Hey.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay,
Morning, Benjamin. I'm Robert Dayton. I'm with the Appraisal Review Board. I'm filling in for Charlie Powers this morning, who's in a doctor's appointment. So we'll get started here. Opening hearings for July 16th. Our first hearing of the day is case 1543. So it's case 20201543, account number 60348. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. At the table are myself, Robert Dayton, Cindy Duck, Kathy Hoffman, and on Zoom, Ramona LeBlanc. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. The survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So Benjamin, do we have all your information in? I understand it's coming in this morning at times, but do we have everything for this case?
Yeah, everything has been sent right now, so.
ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll start. I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I will be notarizing Ramona's signature via Zoom. I also am located in Texas.
Okay. All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming, Benjamin, that you were under oath because you signed the affidavit. You understand that?
Correct.
Okay.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Benjamin, do you hold an appraiser's license with the state of Texas?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have the time limits page, the hearing procedure times in front of you?
No, I don't, but it's like 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes,
Exactly.
Yeah.
minutes, something like that. Yeah.
Yes. So would you like to go first or would you like the district to go first?
I'll let the district go first.
Okay.
Okay. This property is 60348. It's a boat storage. 2019 value was $3,572,528. And this year it was noticed at $3,788,800. Somewhat newer boat storage facility as far as when it was built, but it's just a normal boat storage.
Is that the one on 35?
It is.
The one they kept adding on to a long time?
Well, it took them a while to finish the build, but I think that it's kind of where it's going to be. Judging by its layout, I would guess that this is probably the initial finishing, and that there's probably not any more coming.
This is Highway 35.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
This is called boat
Fairly new. I mean, they're.
Yeah, 2018. And, on that note, this was really high value because it was new and we were doing it on cost. There's no depreciation. So putting this on an income value actually dropped the value by a lot, like over $1 million, because there was major problems with equity with a place that's brand new like this and is obviously really nice and not depreciated, and then a place down the road that's old and rusty but bigger. They're charging the same rent. So it's just, anyways, that's part of it. It's a good example of the inequity that we fix by switching to income. The gross building area is $165,600. The lease rate is $4 per foot per year, which is pulled from our local boat storages. And the vacancy allowed was 15%, and the expenses were 45%. That is just the standard for every boat storage that we had. It's the 8.66 loaded cap rate, renders a value of $3,788,800. And I'll just point out that last year, the $3,572,000 was a value that was arrived at. When I looked at it, I said, this isn't excess land. I don't think you can expand onto this land. I think it's necessary for drainage. So I took it off. What I'm saying is the office building didn't get the same treatment, but in my opinion, it should have. That 3.6 is without the office or any excess land or whatever. That's just pure income for these boat storages. That being said, 5.75 is like $40,000 away from that number.
Are you good with that though?
I'm good. I'm fine with that. I think last year's value is fairly accurate, is what I'm saying. And that's not too much
Okay.
last year's value.
So the 3,575,889, well, 88, let's just say 880.
Yeah,
Has to be a zero.
3,575.
You'd be fine with that.
Take the 88 off.
You'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
Are you fine with that?
Benjamin?
I'm fine with that, yes.
Number out there, are you okay with it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Okay.
then I make a motion on account number 60348, where we have considered the possibility of incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal and any other issues that may have come into this value. I make a motion that we lower the 2020 value to $3,575,000.
Second.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Okay, the hearing's closed.
Be right back.
How you guys doing today?
Good.
Remind me, what city are you in, Ben?
San Antonio
How is it over there?
with the COVID?
Yeah.
Sure.
It's not as bad as where I'm from, which is Corpus. Jesus, it's been crazy there. They're out of hospital beds. But San Antonio's been like 500, 600 cases a day on average, and but we're up over 20,000 cases now, and I've known this lady who offices or has a shop right next to me. She got it, and fortunately, I hadn't seen her for a little while before that because she would always come by. But I mean, it's definitely happening to a lot of people. But I don't know about y'all. It seems to me like every day it's somebody else I hear about that. Either I know or it's somebody that I know knows. Y'all are probably a little bit more insulated there.
Well, I think we're still less than 100 cases here in the county.
57 in the paper.
That's good. Keep it that way because it's exponential. Like you look at Corpus, and I've gone down there several times over the last few months, and nobody wore masks. And I was like, well, it's fine as long as the COVID's not there. But as soon as it gets there, it's gonna just explode, and everybody's gonna be used to how they were already behaving. And sure enough, man, it's a disaster. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Ready to move on to the next case?
Mm-hmm. Yes. What's the next case?
let's go with case 1544. We may be doing a little bit of skipping around versus the order in the notice, if that's okay with you, because the district here is loading evidence this morning.
1544.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the case number. The property ID number is 19791.
Okay, let's see it. Okay.
It's 33 acres on 1202 Mesquite.
This is the main one, the big one, right?
It's a big one for C&P Monarch.
Okay.
Okay, so opening hearing for case 2020-1544, account 19791. And I'm going to skip over, since we're dealing with the same crew here, I'm going to skip over straight down to the affidavits. So I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Dickerozzi, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
Okay, Benjamin, we're assuming that you're still under oath here. Damon?
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And I, Michael Soto, do solemnly swear from the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Hey, Benjamin, would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first?
I go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes then.
Do y'all have my evidence?
Do?
Yes, we do.
Okay. What I've provided here is, got my affidavit there at the front, and then behind that, there's 30 pages, and the 30 pages comprise of the 2019 income and expenses. If you look on that, it's the first page. There you go. You'll see that it's by month.
What is this?
It's a profit.
RV park.
It's an RV park, thank you.
Yeah, it's an RV park, and it's interesting though. They're actually operating it as like partly as an RV park, and then also they're trying to take advantage of the vacation rentals for it. So they're also leasing spaces that are open. They're leasing them for like short-term rentals. Kind of different, but nevertheless. So that's their expenses and income for the half of the year since they acquired it, June, July, so July, August, September, October, November, December, 6 months. And you can see that the total rents come in about 344. If you were to annualize that, it would be about 700,000. And then also the expenses, the only one you would have to adjust therefore would be the property tax portion, because you can't double, but it is allocated already with the former owner. So anyway, the revenues are there. I know you guys value these on cost. And so what I've been able to provide here is, this is what you would call like a rent roll, I guess. It's kind of like a quasi rent roll. But there are a significant portion of sites that the appraisal district currently has on the tax roll that are actually, they're not usable, they're not leasable, they don't have water or utility hookups, and every one of those that I'm referencing are going to be the blue sites. So that would be, if you're starting on that first page, it would be, site 29, site 33, site 51, site 53, site 55, site 68, site 70, site 73, site 75, site 79, site 81, 83, 89, 90, and then 115, 116, 120, 121, 122, 123, or no, not 123, 129, 132, 163, 173, 174, 179, 185, 331, 345.
Ben, do you know what it is that's blocking those sites?
They're not actually blocked. They're just
It says blocked on your information, so.
it's blocked. It's blocked. Well, that's what it's blocked in terms of they can't hook up anything to it. There's no utility access. The water's not. You can't hook up the water. You can't hook up the electric. They're not leasable. They're just.
What happened is what I'm saying. Why do they have sites that don't have utilities? Like what happened?
The age, I think. I think it has something to do with the age. I just know that the water utility company will not hook up to them, and it's even like in their invoices that they get from the utility company. But that's significant, considering that each one of those has the same value as the ones that actually are capable of hookups.
How many sites are like that?
How many sites aren't working?
I'm adding them up right now.
Thank you, sir.
About 28.
How many sites are there altogether?
Like, let him get his number to us so we can.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Where are we on our time?
He just finished
He's
his
just
5 minutes.
finishing, but I think he should be able to give us that number so we can.
There's 28. There's 28 that are not capable of being hooked up, and the
We're the ones that ask the questions on the cross, so, but I think we're arriving at the same thing.
Okay.
He said there's 28.
There's 28. How many are we in our cross time?
You're in your cross time now.
How many total sites do you have, sir?
let's see. So on the appraisal roll, they're showing that there's
The appraisal roll. The question was, how many active sites do you have?
well, the issue is that some of them have changed numbers, so you can't just go through and total them.
So you have an accurate.
I
So
see.
you have an accurate total of the ones that are blocked, but you don't have an accurate total of the ones that you have active?
Can we just count them one at a time, I guess?
That's what I'm saying. I have to count them. So there's how many on each page? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
All right, tell me when the page here, guys.
Go ahead.
So there's 18 per page, and there's 18, and then there's 19. $342 plus 17. Oops. 359.
359 total or 359 active?
I counted 359 by multiplying out the page amounts, so 359 total.
Okay.
And
Thank
then
you.
The 28.
Yeah.
350.
Sorry, this thing is a huge property card, so I'm looking for a particular line item.
Maybe it's on the grid, because it could be on the grid, CTPs that are gonna
No,
pop.
I need to see the other one.
331 is what it should be based on those numbers. And you've gone into your presentation.
Thank you for that information.
Yeah, I'm trying to dig up something real quick so that we can. Okay, I can't find it. All right, it's not that.
So if you
That's
do-
okay.
if
I'll just present my evidence. That's fine. Okay, so this property is 19719, sorry.
Evidence package.
And it was valued last year at $4,207,750. This year is valued at $4,191,970.
Can you tell us where it is?
It
Yeah,
is
it's
in,
Woody Acres RV Park.
Oh,
It's in,
This is Woody Acres?
yeah,
Woody
this is Woody Acres.
it's in Fulton
It's in Fulton.
by Chaparral. Okay.
It's behind the boat barn, or the boat inn.
Yeah, it's not too far from the boat inn.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
I just will point out, go back up, Scott, that in February of 2018, we added 25 TPs per web. The number of sites that we have on this is pulled from their website. Their website says, we have this many spaces. So the number of spaces, there might be some that are blocked, but they're advertising that they have 350 spaces. That being said, there are a couple of spaces that are on a separate, this park is 2 parcels. One's really big, and then there's one tiny little chunk that's next to it. And
Pull the pictometry up and you'll be able to see the area.
yeah, that's a good idea. Let's just count those real quick. 1, 9.
Zoom out one time, because we're gonna wanna look at the property to the east.
So this is Woody Acres looking north up.
And this little triangular
Yes.
area is the other piece.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What was the number that he said he had for total number of sites? Do you remember?
359.
359.
359.
That actually also includes though, like the other buildings on there too. Like a 3-bedroom vacation home, workshop rental.
Got it. This is that might be it. We might be doing these couple twice.
So the
We're only
3,
doing 350 on this, and then 15 or whatever's on here might be included in that 350 from the website. See what
So,
I'm saying?
yeah, so the
That's
20,
a reasonable.
so there's 28 that he's indicated, there's 28 that he's indicated, or 29, what did he say, 28 or 28?
28.
28 that he's
28.
that are blocked. For evidence, so we can
Yeah,
get through that,
so-
and that way we can,
Yeah.
that gets you
We'll
to
use-
331.
So there's something else that's going on in the back of my mind and all this, which is this park was a sale. This
Yeah.
park was purchased by a person who was going to buy an RV park in Rockport.
who is fully
And-
informed.
This was in June of 2019, which was half of a year after we revalued the RV parks. And it's a significant purchase. The purchase price was $4.75 million for the park. And our value was 4.56 for this parcel, and then the other parcel added some more value to it. But if you scroll down a little bit, these things are huge. This gives an indicated value for the subject at 4.3 and its notice at 4.1 something. We're at like 97, 98% of this sale of a very large, very complicated park. And this was like a huge victory for our
Appraisal
RV park
methodology.
model that this
Yeah.
worked. Because we didn't even know this thing was for sale, much less that it was gonna be sold. And just being that close is like, it felt really good. And then if you go up to the next one, this is Shady Oaks, and it gives an indicated value for the subject. It sold for 2.1 million. The subject, if it's sold the same way, would be 3.8 million. And then the next one is Port, and then on 188, there's a
Is that our
J&S
5 minute time?
Park.
That's your 5
Yeah,
minute
but
time.
you get a few,
Sure.
you can finish up if you can do it.
The indicated values, if it's sold like those, was 4.1 million for the one on Port, and then 6.3 million for the one that sold pretty strong on 188. The median value is 4,258,000, which is just below, right just below our 4.19. It's like basically right on top of it. And,
Just above, yeah.
and then the
Equity.
equity is just going to show other parks that have quite a few spaces. This one's 5.3 million. This one's 2.6 million. This one has, go back up here. There you go. There's 291 spaces. This one has 92 and 66 spaces. They're all being valued the same way. It's $10,000 per space plus the improvements in the land. That renders a median equity value of $4,168,000. It was noticed at $4,191,000. It's equitable. They're all the same. Okay. And then if you go down to the bottom, there's a sale ratio report for just RV parks in the last 2 years. And the subject is in this report, and it's part of why we're at a weighted mean of 1.01 and an average of 96%.
Okay, so Benjamin,
Yes.
you now have 2 minutes to cross-examine and then 2 minutes for rebuttal, so basically 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Well, my cross, I just want to address the fact that Mr. Soto, historically, whenever you dealt with these mobile home parks, what happens whenever somebody comes in and says, "Oh, we can't use this space," or "that space is not available," or what happens in that situation?
Well, we affirm. We either count the number of spaces, or we affirm in some way that the number that the spaces are unusable, and to what degree, and an adjustment could or should be made to those number of spaces. But again, you never really answered why they're blocked, or you put blocked, but why they're unusable.
They're unusable because they don't have hookup ability. They won't hook up to them. They won't run the lines to them.
Who's they?
The utility companies.
So what happened in the last 6 months when they were used and not used now?
No, they weren't available to be used 6 months ago either, or a year ago, or since they acquired it.
So they paid 4.75 for 28 spaces less, in full knowledge of that?
Yes, that is correct. Yes, they paid 4.7 million, and it's also a business, so you can take that into consideration. It's not just for real estate value when you're buying that. You're hoping that there's not a. You're hoping that. I mean,
You're talking.
would you, Mr. Sawyer, would you purchase a 400 site mobile home park that was completely empty but had 400 hookups for the same price that you would pay for a park that had 400 hookups that was 90% occupied? Would you pay the same price for those two?
I don't think I have to answer that. But secondly, I guess the question would be this. The question to you would be, so they had full knowledge and they paid 4.7 for this property, right?
Correct, yeah.
Disputing that they paid 4.7?
I'm not disputing that they paid 4. I actually don't know what the exact purchase price was.
Okay.
I know it's around where you guys.
So you don't know what the flag.
From 1.6 to 4.9 or something, like whatever.
You don't know what the blue sky reported value is either.
What's that?
Benjamin, you still have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay, well then I'd like to finish going over the evidence. I never got to finish, going over, since there are 30 pages of it. But if you look at this, the other 20 pages at the bottom, or the other 10 pages, sorry, every single space here has the occupancy down to the nights that they've owned it in 2019. And if you go down to the very last page, only 53.9% of it was utilized, even accounting for like every single night. So there's 184 nights when they bought it from when they bought it to the end of the year. You multiply that by all those spaces out there, that would have been a potential, nightly rental of 59,800 nights utilized. But they only had 32,244. My point is that only half of it's been used since they acquired it, and that's huge. If you have only half of your, spaces that are being utilized, that's that has a massive impact on the value. And we're talking 6 months after the purchase price, so you got to take that into consideration. People buy things, as speculative investments sometimes. And the other point that I'm trying to make is that
Go on.
you value every other park a certain way, but you're not going to value ours that way because of the fact that it was acquired for a certain price. That's not equitable.
I didn't say that, sir. I said that there were, we verified.
You insinuated that.
No, sir.
Oh, gosh. Okay, wait.
No, sir. I'm gonna answer this question. You asked a question and I said, we would count the number of sites and we would adjust for that.
Okay, so now we are at this point, we're at the district rebuttal of 2 minutes.
In rebuttal, I would like to say that the 350 spaces is advertised from their site, and it's assumed that the purchase is also going to be purchased based on 350 sites. If they have 380 spaces and 30 of them are workable, and they say they have 350, maybe, sure. But there's 350 spaces at this park. That being said, I went and looked at it. There's 9 that are on the other parcel. And I do think it's possible that it should be 341 on one of them and 9 on the other, instead of 350 on one and 9 additional. Because there may be there's 350 total, not 350.
And that's a separate account.
It is a separate account.
Okay.
Yeah. But for this one, that's an adjustment of 9 spaces for, that'll be $90,000
Right.
off of our notice value.
Right.
That, on top of that, the purchase was still in excess of that notice value. If anything, slowly over the years, that's gonna raise the indicated value of a commercial trailer pad space by some tiny fraction. As far as the intangible and the blue sky of this park, Woody Acres is not a brand. There's no brand recognition. Nobody's coming to Rockport sight unseen looking for Woody Acres. The value of the intangible, if you can call it that, is the stabilized occupancy of this park because it's old, which just means that it's sitting there and it's full and it's doing good. There's people who are in there who are going to continue to pay their rent. There are people who visit Woody Acres specifically because it's an established business. But the purchase price has nothing unusual about it, and it's well supported. We're still a little bit below it, but from a matter of just correct record keeping, there's probably 341 sites on this parcel and 9 on the other, because there's 350 total. That's per their website, and their website doesn't split parcels. Their website considers it one business.
Okay, so now we have Benjamin, you have 1 minute to close.
Okay, I'm just going to state what the value is that we're requesting, and that is 1.6 million.
What was that figure?
1.6 million.
You're saying
Am I in closing?
But
And that's all
anything
you
else?
have to say, Benjamin?
Just 1.6. Not saying how you got that.
No, I'm just saying that's what I'm requesting is 1.6 million.
Okay, all right, so now district, you have 1 minute to close.
This property was noticed at 4,191,970. And the sale of this property just supports a value of 4.3 million for this one. Our value is, however it's arrived at, our value has been proving to be really accurate.
All right.
I'd like to add that the subject property owner's agent has provided some information as far as the number of sites that we would consider an adjustment. Definitely what Eamon has indicated, definitely 9 sites that we've, just in the short time, we've identified that maybe a portion.
That gives a value if you want to write that down.
Yes.
I'm sure you're going to ask. 4,101,970.
Thank you.
401,000 and what?
970.
4,101,970.
Okay, thank you, Emmett. Okay, so now we have 5 minutes that the appraisal review board will discuss and come up with our value.
It would seem that a slight adjustment is warranted for the number of sites.
90,000.
That should be.
Why, I mean, I think it should be 280,000. They're $10,000 a site, a trailer pad.
Right, and that's part of this is that he testified under oath
Correct.
that those 28 sites were not able to be hooked up. And it's, you know, it doesn't matter if they were that way before they bought it or not. I mean, they still bought it, but there's still at a value of 10,000 apiece. There's 28 that he testified.
Don't work.
Well, that would put the total well in excess of 350.
Right, and the number is really more. This dispute is really more 9 than it is this 28.
How do you know that?
The 9 is on the other parcel.
It's for the other parcel. They think they may have double counted those.
Right.
Their
But
website,
it's still, you're still missing 28 sites.
because if they had those, they'd be at 378.
Well, since the district's talking, when I said 378, that also includes the other portions on here that y'all have, not just pad sites, but the buildings, the other buildings that are on here. That's included in this because they're leasing those out. If you look at the description and the role there, number 1, 3-bedroom vacation home. That's not a pad site, but it's included in that total number that I gave you. Workshop rental. That's not a pad site, but that's included in that total. There's 28 pad sites that are not, you can't hook up. So it's not like they were missing some and I'm trying to get, 28 off of the amount that they had, even though that was incorrect. No. 28 of the pad sites are not usable.
And I thought when we counted up the pad sites on that list, that was a total of 359.
And that includes, I said there's 359 sites that they have on their rent roll, but they're not all pad sites. There's other portions of improvements on this account that have value on the CAD's schedule and everything. They have value that aren't pad sites.
Okay,
On your list, 359, you're saying some of those were not pad sites.
Correct. There's every space on that in that whole giant park, they rent out other portions of it and they assign it a number that's on this roll. So like a workshop rental, 3-bedroom vacation home.
Okay, so can
Cabin.
pull up that list and go through
I'll
it?
just point out, we know, I don't think we know, we're not counting his workshop as a trailer pad.
Right. It was in that 359 number that I gave you, all those rentable spaces, that's what I totaled up. 359. You have to go in here and count it, and I almost guarantee it's gonna be 350.
yeah, that's.
Yeah, and he's,
But that's
and
an
he's also taking into
advertisement.
consideration the other buildings that are not TPCs, right? In your calculation.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah.
So those buildings are not being treated as TPC.
Right. And I'll just,
They have value, but that was what I'm saying in the 359. That includes those buildings.
the website,
If you look at that list, you'll see it.
there's really only 250 spaces. And all you're saying is that the trailer pads should be worth $15,000 instead of 10. Because the sale price supports our valuation.
I won't disagree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, but I thought how we have been evaluating these RV parks all along has been each one of those pad sites, regardless of concrete, regardless of anything else.
Regardless of whether or not there is a park model put there by the property owner. to rent
Exactly.
out. That's what he's saying.
But what he's saying is that the utility, it's whatever it is, it's not good enough for utility companies to hook up to it.
So
There are 300.
So we can't provide basic services
Correct.
to 28 lots at least.
That make it a $10,000 pad
So
site.
there's a matter of fact let's just summarize it as this. On this parcel, 19791, the district's factual opinion is that there are 341 spaces for lease. That is what we believe is actually on this parcel.
Right.
341. Now, maybe there's an additional set of spaces that could be but aren't, that might be on their books for some reason. It's immaterial. We have 341 spaces that are available for lease. If the property owner wants to testify under oath that there are not 341 spaces for lease on this parcel, that's their right. But we count it. We go to their website. We look at it.
Pull it up on an aerial. There's a ton of them that don't have anything on it. There's probably 28 if you were to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
hang on, just for a minute. So Benjamin, just for the record, you have testified under oath that there's 28 sites that are not usable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Per everything I've been provided by the owner.
Everything you've been provided by your owner, I mean, that's on you. So you're testifying under oath that there's 28 unusable sites. We're gonna go
Go do it. Go do it. Yes, I'm testifying under oath. I swear everything, Mr. Soto. Yes, go do it.
I would agree.
Okay,
Well, we do the 4191,
91.
comma 970. Okay, and then
It comes to 3,911,000 or 3,911,970 if we take out the 280,000.
right, all right, so hold up, let us.
Man, they really overpaid for that park. If that's the case.
Yeah, they would pay the whole amount.
But it happens every day. People overpay for all kinds of stuff.
Okay, so
I'm guilty.
with this, so I'm clear on this, so 3,970,000 is taking into consideration that they've, we're taking off 28 sites, which would be $280,000.
3,911,970. Is that what you got, Ramona?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
It's his number.
3,911,970.
Do you want to make a motion, Cindy?
I'll make a motion on account number 19791. Taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value and taking into consideration the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal. I make a motion that we lower the 2020 value to $3,911,970.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Hearing's closed. Let's see, next on the list is.
Beth, thank you.
57?
Yeah, let's do 50 and 57. So, okay.
If you can tell, whatever,
Oh, sorry,
54102?
Benjamin, it's 54102.
Thank you. Actually, I have the list here with the case numbers, so you can keep taking the case numbers. It's fine.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
And I put them on all the affidavits so they can easily.
Sounds good.
Him and Amy have been sharing one.
Okay, opening hearing for our case 20201557, account number 5102. And swearing in, I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I was notarizing Ramona's signature via Zoom. I also am located in Texas.
Benjamin, we're assuming that you're still under oath because you signed the affidavit.
Correct. I am under oath, and I will present everything to the best of my knowledge and ability.
My name is Michael Sutter. Do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you shall present to the Correctional Review Board for the Aransas County Prison is true, correct?
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, Benjamin, would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first?
I'm gonna have the district go first, please.
Okay, this is account 54102. It's a boat storage known as Water's Edge Storage. Let's see if we can locate it. It's on the corner of Dowdy and 9th. If you look at the aerial, you can see you've got some boat self-storage units over here, bit of a retention pond, mobile home being used as a leasing office, and then the balance of the land for this parcel. We'll go to the next page. Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. Property cards. All right. The let's say what it was noticed at. Sorry, go up. It was noticed at 922,800.
What is it?
It's a boat storage. Boat storage. Yeah. So it's the class is self-storage storage, and it's a boat self-storage. The gross building area for just the boat storages, this is just the little boat storage buildings, not the mobile homes or whatever, is 37,788 at $4 a foot for market rent, 15% stabilized vacancy, and 45% expenses. Shown here is a dollar figure of $1.53. 45% expenses gives a net operating income of $70,663 for an indicated value of $922,800. Scroll down a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing. There is excess land value on this one because there's a bunch of land attached to this property that's not necessary, and they could put more boat storages on it. I think they're actually using it to park trailers and boats outside for cheaper. However they want to use that land is up to them, but it's not part of the boat storage operation of these physical buildings. This retention pond probably is, in the sense that it keeps them dry, but it's this. This is the excess land. It's right there. And then the bottom just shows, bottom page, thanks Scott, shows that it's being treated equitably. This is other boat storages. They're at $4 per foot per year, 15% stabilized vacancy, 45% expenses. They all have the 7% cap rate loaded to different tax rates. There is excess land value on a couple of these, and this one has the most of the four. And the market value indicated over here, they're all right around the same, but they're all being treated exactly the same. No settlement offer was made on this property because nothing was given showing their expenses, their rent roll, or anything like that. As far as we know, this is, the net operating income of this place is about $71,000.
Ayman, can I just ask, as far as the excess land,
Yes.
that doesn't include the retention pond, right?
No. No, because I really only think of excess land on these things as being, you could put more storage units on it, or maybe sell it off to someone completely.
And I believe it's the value attributable by just the land.
It's just the land.
Yeah.
It's just,
Thank you.
it's a
very
square
much.
footage by the whatever the land value is.
Thank you, Ayman.
Yep.
All right, so Benjamin,
Yes, ma'am. My turn?
you have 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes to present.
Okay, thank you. So just since we're on the excess land, the total land value for this account is it true 144,680? Is that accurate?
Well, let's look at the property card. It is.
Is there 2 cards, Scott?
There are.
Yes, 144,680.
Yep, 144,680. That's correct.
So you're assuming when that excess land portion that equates to
In anticipation of answering this question, Scott, could you open the property to get to the income tab? I'll show where that excess land value actually comes from.
65. So you're saying 65% of the tract is not is excess land?
In dollars, yes. So I can show you why. Go ahead and pull up the property card. We'll look at the income thing. Show you how the excess land calculation works. It's coming. Hey, Ben, are you watching on Zoom or anything? Or are you
Yeah.
just
No, I'm watching.
okay? Cool. Okay. So, yep. And then go to direct cap, and then click on this excess land button over here. Got it. Okay. So the typical land ratio for boat storage here is 2.5. That's kind of a lot, but I've noticed that a lot of boat storages around here do have a lot of excess land that they're not using. I guess you gotta park your boat, you need room. So this is pretty high, but the value, this is the thing that is making it look a little funny, where you say, well, some 94,000 of it is just this piece of land, even though size-wise, it's the minority of it. It's because all it is it's the square footage of the usable area times the value per foot of land there. The balance of the land has a bunch of water on it, and it's on there as barren wetlands. So it's like, if you go back to the aerial real quick.
You're saying the total of the land that
Yeah,
can be
this is
used
where it comes from.
52%?
Yeah, it's not, it's actually a dollars per foot measurement of the excess land. So go to the aerial, if you can. I think you have to probably close that.
Yeah,
Pax
I've
is
got,
gonna be
I'm
bully about it.
getting,
Well, is this eating it more into my time right now? Because if it is, then I'll just halt the question and go into my
Cross time?
You're in your cross-examine time.
Yeah, we're in your cross-examine time.
Scott, can you pull up the aerial real quick? I think it's right here.
You
Oh.
still have 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's because this is being used for the boat storage and this is all wet. This land is just this. We're pretty good at land in this county. We really are. It's this and this, all this unusable or unused land. It's $94,000 worth of land.
And if you go, you can illustrate that one other way, and just looking at the cost model of the very first page of the property card. You go to the first page of the property card.
all right, just, step up.
Yeah.
In the evidence package.
Opens like 80 windows.
Right.
Well, Okay,
That'll work.
okay, go ahead. You'll notice that from a cost value, it was in the first. All right, scroll that down. You'll notice that the actual value of the land is 24 plus the 130. So it's like 100, was that 120 or is that 130? Can you?
That right, 120,500.
So that'd be like 155 or 154. And then if you go to the next card, hit right click next. Right click next.
Wait, how do you?
Yeah.
Click next.
No, go onto the page and right click next. There you go, next page. And then do you notice that the lake is actually only got $150 worth of value?
Yeah, it's 1.5 acres is set at 150 bucks.
Yeah.
So dollar wise, yeah, it's a large chunk of the.
So
Yes.
this
I
illustrates
do
the
think
point that
is-
on a cost basis, it's worth the whole land element, like the whole land element's like $155, $145,000. But from an income driven basis, it's only $90,000 attributed to the excess land.
Excess, okay. And if I need to, because of the, I can give you a few more minutes, Benjamin.
Yeah, you could start the 5 minutes like right now.
Okay, are you ready to start? Because I'll give you the 5 minutes for your presentation now.
Okay, yes, thank you. Okay, well, I strongly disagree with the excess land portion value because if you look at that, yeah, there might be that portion that is not, doesn't have the storage units already built on it, but it's actually more narrow than the portion that does have it on there. And so you're looking at, the ability to build on that is limited, and you got to be able to, drive through that still to get to the other ones. If you were to add on, $90,000 is a huge portion of that land value, and to add it on top of it is, I disagree here. Maybe a little bit of excess land value, but I would not make that 90,000. Anyway, so if you can pull up my evidence, please. There's certain things here that I'd like you to take a look at. Page 1. Here's the gateway to the Gulf, storage building. They state on their website in quotes, it's a state-of-the-art dry dock storage, multi-level, phenomenal property. It's only what, 4 or 5 years old, and it was built in 2012. And this property was noticed this year at $6,163,000, and I believe the ARB reduced it to $1,850,000. So from an equity standpoint, this is a vastly superior property, vastly superior. Not only in quality of construction, but I mean, if you even look at the height, if you were to take this property and cut it as, one level each, you'd be talking 3 times the size of the normal amount of boats that you're able to put in there. It's not just, you can't just look at this property as, straight square footage on the ground, because there's up, and you can even see that in that picture. There's 1, 2, 3, 3 spaces up. This property was cut to 1.8 million. That's only 2 times what the subject is at. And if you look at the subject, which is on page 4 of my evidence, the property is you're talking leagues lower in class construction cost to build, and then you also don't have a water access like this, and this property is on for only 2 times the amount as the subject overall, which is I find grossly inequitable from an equity standpoint. I mean, the notice value based off of what the appraisal district utilized on an income approach, just like they valued this property, was $6 million, and now it's less than a third of that. That is, for this property to be on for twice what the subject is, I don't even know how to describe the difference there in terms of how much they're paying in taxes versus what the owner is here. Also, if you please turn to page 9. This is the income workup. You know, I already circled the excess land. I had an issue with that. The appraisal district, I don't know what they've included into their operating expenses. Have they included management? You know, that's a factor. Reserve, that's a factor. 15% vacancy. Sorry, it rings on my computer, even if it's anyway. My main point is that tons of these storage units have had substantial reductions this year, and they were all valued the same way to begin with. This, like the one I just showed you, was cut by over 2/3. You know, that has to be taken into consideration from an equity standpoint. I mean, the property almost tripled this year. Went from 396 to 922, so not triple, but like 2.5 times. And we're talking, you know how much these things don't cost? Basically a fraction of what the value is on here, and that's like goes right back to the substitution principle of the cost approach. Nobody is going to pay for a property whenever they could easily build it for substantially less. It's the substitution effect, which is inherent in the cost approach to valuation. And that's one thing that is super key with mini storages, because they're so easy to build. When we're talking a mini storage like this, not like the one that's on the roll for 1.8 million. That's a feat of engineering. But when you're talking properties like this, why would somebody go in there and buy that account for 900,000 whenever the replacement cost new is 300,000? I mean, these are some of the easiest properties to build, hands down. And they tend to get almost the same rent per space as or square foot as a Class B office space. That's why mini storages are a great business to be in. But that's business. That's business.
So, all right,
Thank you. My requested value is last year.
Benjamin,
Yes.
I need to cut this off, okay?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So now we're at the district gets to cross-examine and then have rebuttal.
Okay, I don't have any questions for cross-examination, but I'll use that time in my rebuttal to say,
Okay.
First of all, the land in this neighborhood is worth that. It's a lot of land. You could build 3 single-family homes on that land, you know, and people would. I live next to a boat barn. I would build a house there. It's just a valuable piece of land. We're good at valuing land in this county. The reason that the Redfish Bay boat storage is at twice the value of this property is because they have twice the net operating income. It may be hard to believe, and it is somewhat to me, but it's because their Redfish Bay's situation with their lease is so abnormal that they're not really making that much money. The reality is this place is making 50% of the money that Redfish Bay does. Their operating costs are totally different. They own the land. They're not sharing revenue with the city. Their vacancy is completely different. The expenses on there are given at 45%. That's a bottom level line item. So, taxes, which are, property taxes are not allowable, but management, reserve for expenses, non-recoverable tenant improvements, leasing costs, all the rest of that stuff would be added up to create this 45%. This 45% is assuming any expenses that may be here. The property owner has not given us anything showing that number is lower than $71,000. If that number goes down, the value goes down. If that number goes up, the value goes up. Why is Redfish Bay, at double this? Because their NOI is double this. And there's another full service dry stack in our county. First of all, this isn't the same. It's not the same. Their rent rate is 3 times as high at Redfish Bay. It's 3 times high. It's like $13 a foot, not $4.
But their vacancy is much
They
higher
have
too.
vacancy, they have higher expenses, they're completely different thing.
Is
And
that the
part of
one
it-
in Aransas CAD?
Yes.
Oh, good Lord, you can't compare the two.
Yes.
Well, they're not the same thing. They're not the same thing. But that being said, the money is the same, $70,000, and then they're making about $150,000. That's actually all it's doing. It's not doing great, and it's never gonna do great. The one in closer to the subject, which is a full service dry stack, is 10 times this in value. 10 times this in money. I think they really are making $50 a year or something. That's just an estimation. I don't actually know. But if the property owner or his agent can show us that this number goes down, this number will go down. If this number doesn't go down, nothing happens. The reason people would pay $922 for this when they can build it for $300 is because the work is already done. They don't even live here.
And the income stream is
Sweat equity, it's
there.
stability. They have to. They're just buying this. This is what this much income is worth, and you're going to get this income based on this vacancy and expenses. That's what the boat storage itself is providing. So it all just boils down to this. And I'm open to hearing if your NOI is different. Just let me know. Show me what the expenses are.
Is that it?
Oh yeah, that's it.
All right. So Benjamin, you now have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, so I'm still gonna harp on the same fact that you're saying it appears to me that you're saying that property that you initially assumed was valued at $7 million actually only makes 2 times the amount of NOI as the subject that we're talking about here. I find that extremely.
Disclose any proprietary information for a property that's not under protest. But I will say that in dealing with other boat storages, including the one that you comped, they actually have come to us and told us, they've shown us their books, they've shown us their situation, we've seen it. It's not an estimation at this point.
Okay, so my property, if I came and showed you I was operating at a loss, what would happen?
If you were operating at a loss, then the property would be valued at cost.
Okay.
But it does have to be operating at a loss. I mean, you can't be putting in unallowable expenses. And
Okay,
saying,
well, my rebuttal is my rebuttal is easy and clear. There is no way that a person would pay half of the amount of money for our account as they would for that property. I would pay 10 times, 15 times the amount.
Ben, you haven't seen the lease.
You haven't seen the
It's
lease,
terrible.
and you haven't seen the vacancy over there.
It's really not what it looks like. It's not what it looks like. It's borderline unviable. Very, very.
Okay. So they just instead of they weren't aware whenever they built it. Then I guess is what you're
Well,
saying.
the build cost,
They $1 million unaware. Kind of like
the city
It,
still.
it seems crazy to me. I think that's like one of the most gross discrepancies I've ever seen, to be honest with you. And clearly, like the way it was noticed to begin with.
I'm sorry, Benjamin. Benjamin.
Yeah.
Okay. Your 2 minutes are up. So now we're gonna go to the 1 minute closings. The district has 1 minute and then you'll have a minute.
In closing, this is just a boat storage. They've all been moved to income this year. Again, I am open to hearing what their actuals are. I'd love to be able to know and be something of an authority on boat storage expenses in Aransas County. That'd be great. But they're not being very open about it. And it's probably because they're either accurate or they're low or they're high. I mean, it's one of the two. The 922,000 is just a cap rate loaded on top of their net operating income. If their net operating income is lower than this, great. Just let me know.
And those rates are used across the board.
Yeah, it's
For
the
that
same one, it's the same one that every
property
storage is getting. But the net operating income on this place isn't negative. It's not. It isn't. So, but in our estimation, should be $70,663. So the notice value is solid.
All right, and now Benjamin, you've got 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Honestly, I didn't even request the actuals for this account because historically, in my experience, whenever I do provide the actuals, they aren't taken into consideration anyway. And if you look at everything that's been noticed this year, there was all these very similar assumptions that were being made in how the appraisal district has valued these accounts. You know, $4 lease rate, 45% expense rate, 7 cap, whatever the tax load was for that jurisdiction equals the value. Yet the appraisal district is making no consideration for the fact that they've made significant reductions across numerous properties that are boat storages. And if we're assuming all the same expenses going in, why wouldn't that be the case for this property? It should be. There's no reason this is superior, you know. Anyway, my final thing is that this value shot up, and I'm requesting $400,000. Thank you.
Okay, all right, now the appraisal review board has 5 minutes in which we deliberate, and I will say something in general. I'm not speaking about any specific account, but I will say that what I have seen is that when the property owners have given our district the requested information so that there could be, you know, it would be a more indicative of that exact property, it has ended up in benefit to the property owners. So for someone to say that we just knock down these values or whatever, that's incorrect. It was based upon actual information that was given to us from the property owners. And if the property owners do not give us that information, that is not our fault or the appraisal district's fault.
Okay, I would like to know what the value of how the square footage across the street is compared to this. I mean, the cost per square foot, price per square foot.
So Scott, go ahead and pull up.
Either the Burke's mobile home place or the one behind them is fine.
Okay, which one's Burke's mobile home?
That one probably looks.
Burke's is right on 35 there, that little triangle.
This is good. This one's same piece of land.
Isn't that a mobile home park?
It's a
49348. Is that, read it off to him?
49348.
That's not the one, but that's okay. I just want to.
Which one were you, Ramona?
Across the street in the corner.
Across the street in the corner. Which street?
10th Street. Go across 10th Street.
Okay.
See me? I mean, see it?
You talking about 26981?
Like which?
Yeah, I don't have the number on my thing, but yeah, it looks like the picture.
Propane place, right? Aransas Gas, I think is what it is.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, 26981.
And Eamon, do you remember what you said the price per square foot is on the subject's property?
52 cents.
A square foot?
Yes, ma'am. This one's at 80 for one of the segments. What was it? And there's a bunch of different segments. We're gonna get through them. 80 for another one. $80. $1.80. That's probably the frontage portion of their land, and the rest is center land or something like that.
Right.
What we would do in this case is take all these segments and then average it out, get an average price per square foot. The subject it does have a land valuation on like a cost and sales basis. We do still have that in our system. The price per square foot on that land was just averaged out. The price per square foot for excess land was tailored to each individual property. You know, it wasn't given like, there's not like a price per square foot for excess land on a boat storage. Excess land is based on whatever we already have the land schedule at for that land. So it's 52 cents a foot.
For the subject.
For the subject, yeah, the subject's excess land. And that's basically, if you look at it in context, like I said, it's enough to build 3 or 4 residential homes. It's a chunk between 9th and 10th Street. If you just imagine this as being a neighborhood, it's just a piece of land.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so does anybody have any, I mean, I don't see anything that warrants changing that value, but if somebody else does, I'm certainly happy to hear it.
No, I think the district has shown good evidence that 922.8 is a valid number.
I agree.
Ramona?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Ramona,
What?
do you? So,
I said yes.
oh, okay, I
I
couldn't.
told you, y'all sit there and ignore me.
Oh, no, here we go with that again.
We didn't hear you.
Oh, my God. Okay. So on account number 54102, based upon what we've heard from the property owner's representative and from the appraisal district, and taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal and any other issues that might affect the value of the property, I recommend that we keep the same value for the 2020 year of $922,800.
Excuse me, I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
So you,
I have to step out for a second.
we want to take a 2-minute bio break here.
Thank you.
Benjamin, while I have you, I was just told by Beth here at the district that we still lack evidence on case 1583, which is account 63115. And then accounts or case 1610.
63115, he doesn't have evidence because it's already been closed.
Okay.
And then what was the other one?
1610, which is account number 62974, Todd LLC.
That one's been closed too.
Okay.
Are you missing?
And then
So what labor-
1559.
Okay.
1559.
Part of the 3 o'clock docket.
I don't see that on this list. What's the PID?
Hey,
That's what I'm looking for here.
Elizabeth, were all of them today, this same company?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
It's
Because he's not
property or
saying-
account ID 25942.
What's the owner?
Unsacker.
Sacker.
That's not on this list.
Ben, the ones that you were just saying were closed, do you remember if they were withdrawals or if they were,
No, we signed off on those like a month ago.
okay, let's make sure that we have
Read
that.
those numbers again.
Yeah, she's gonna check again.
Okay, crap, okay. I mean, anytime something's added to the account as an Outlook attachment, you have to open it in Outlook. It should be saved as images. It's saved as correspondence. Okay,
Ooh, Bella, I love your sweater color.
Scott, do you have the list of ones that he was talking about?
No, one of them was this Todd one.
Todd L.E.
Yes, that was one of them.
The Hunsaker one.
Oh, so were there two Todd ones that you signed off on?
No, there's only one that we signed off on.
Okay.
Oh.
Maybe it's this other one.
Maybe it is the other one. There's only one Todd L.N. Todd Lane. Is that Todd Lane? Do you know what that is? Is that Todd Lane LLC?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't see any of this stuff because
It's all in Outlook.
it's all in Outlook. I don't know what to say.
Okay. Well,
I can't see.
the property ID that we have on the docket today for Todd Lane is 62974.
But also 16480.
And
Okay. Here, just hold on. Let me see which one is the one that we signed off on.
okay, thanks.
That'd be easy for me to find. I can do that right here real quick. That was a couple weeks back.
And
We closed 62974.
do you remember if we closed that for no change?
No, we lowered it to 700.
All right. Well, I'll try to. Let's
I'm going to resend it to you. I can send it right. There's two accounts on this one email.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm just trying to keep track of it. I don't want to hold up the hearings for this, but we'll get it taken care of.
Okay, there's that one. But what's the one for Hunsaker that you're? Because we had a Hunsaker hearing on Saturday, or a week ago Saturday.
That could be the issue, is that they have two.
We have one for Elizabeth Hunsaker Trust. It's property ID 25942.
Okay, that one wasn't on my initial list, but it got added. Now I remember. Okay, I need to.
House.
Yes, it is a house.
Doesn't look like a business.
The house on 4th Street in Lamar.
Yeah, we did the lot next to it on a Saturday, like a week ago or so.
Yeah, that was last Saturday. Yeah.
Okay, but this one hasn't been settled, right?
No.
Okay.
No. So I need to send you.
There was a third one, correct? There's three.
There is a third one, but I didn't protest the other one.
Yeah, but there were two. He was talking about the Hunsaker one. She was talking about, and the two Todd ones. Or I'm sorry, the Todd one and the other one. The two that he just sent you. He resent you the settlement waivers on.
Todd Lane one. And which other ones are you waiting for evidence on?
1583 for the 830 docket.
1580
+1 development.
+1. So we're looking for evidence for +1 development.
No, we closed. Amy, we closed +1.
Okay.
That's why I just sent you the email. It had the Todd Lane and the +1 in there.
Okay. All right.
+1 went to 850.
Yep.
And Todd is at 700.
Correct.
Yeah, and I'm seeing that their values already changed. So, yeah, don't worry about it. I'll get that done. If I need you
Probably
to,
just didn't get closed out. That's all. I mean, y'all have the settlements. I'm glad you picked it up though, because if it wasn't marked as closed, I mean, I think the value is changed already online. So that means it's in your system. It probably just wasn't marked as closed.
That's what it is. Yeah, the value's already, even on our docket, it's showing the settled value. So,
Said he sent you an email that has the accounts that were already
you know,
closed.
and that's okay. We don't have to hold up while I'm doing paperwork. Like, I can do it at the end of the day. It's fine.
Yeah.
So is he settling some of the accounts? Is that what?
They've been settled. They were settled, signed off on, the value was agreed to, but the box where it goes from status H to status S wasn't changed. So they're still open. Have their status updated and ensure that the form is in there. And if it's possible I lost the form. That is possible. I'm not saying
Which
perfect,
accounts?
but it's probably
Well,
just in my
let's
email.
get back to
Which ones are we crossing
Yeah.
off?
I just don't want to lose them. I don't want to.
1583 for the 8 o'clock docket.
Yeah, 1583.
Oh, I
1583.
follow. You don't want it to be a no-show and get changed.
And get back to a notice value.
I
It's supposed
understand.
to be a sell.
Yeah, I won't do anything until I check with you.
So it looks like the next one up is case.
I never got to use the bathroom because we got to do this thing. Can I go around? What's the case? And I'll grab it and.
It's a 1558.
Take a minute.
Bingo Rockford. Okay. Just give me a second, would you please?
Okay, I'll give you a couple minutes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Please don't take it in the bathroom with you.
Feel Cheech and Chong out. Got a balloon.
That's my favorite.
Yeah.
I love these.
Eamon, I can't get my computer on.
Oh,
Yes.
well, you're coming through on Zoom. Is your other tablet not working? Is that what you're saying?
No, I can't turn on my computer. I got to print out 2 affidavits. And it's not being very nice.
No. I'm sorry.
I may have finally crashed.
This morning, I can't go talk to her.
What we're doing is 1558.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
The ones that say PR. Yeah. Yeah, I do have.
How many of these have already been closed or taken care of?
We're just missing
Already
3.
been taken care of that we have here.
3 for the day, 1 for the 8:30 docket.
What's that?
3 for the day,
3 today.
1 for the 8:30 docket.
Which is the one for the 8:30 docket?
1583.
And it will not be on the tablet. That makes it easier.
So which are the ones that's not being? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's one. It was
One at 10 o'clock, actually. It's case 610,
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry.
no
1610.
problem.
Oh, 16K.
And then there's one at 3 o'clock, which is 1559.
Okay, opening hearing for case ID 20201558. This is account 58739. And we'll go to the affidavits. I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear another person in violation of 1.3.
I don't know how to turn that off. It's muted on my
It's
phone,
okay.
but it's on my Mac.
Often do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, will be notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
Benjamin, we're assuming that you're still under oath by virtue of signing the affidavit.
I am Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Sorry.
Benjamin, would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first?
Go first.
Okay.
All right, this is the old HEB tract, and the value on it increased quite a bit this year. If you look at the evidence that I provided,
What is it?
It's the old HEB.
Oh, the old HEB.
I think we did.
Kathy.
you got it up?
Yes.
Okay. So a little bit of history on this property. This account was arbitrated back in 2018, and arbitration was actually heard there in that room that you're sitting in right now. And at that time, during that hearing, Mr. Soto and I stepped outside and we agreed to go back into the hearing and submit a joint value here for $850. Okay, $850,000. That was the final determined value, $850,000, of course, because the arbitrator went with what we both said to do. And then last year for 2019, the value bumped back up again to the same amount that it was at initially in 2018. The district and myself, Mr. Eamon Burke there, he agreed, and we rolled it back to the arbitrated value, which was based off of the fact that it was arbitrated. And then as you can see in his statement there on the appraiser adjustment comments on the last page, which is number 7, marked number 7, it's also included there. The land table hasn't moved. That was 7/2 of 2019. We rolled it back to the 850. Well, this year the value bumped right back up to that same number, which was what we're currently noticed at, $1,124,360. And I provided the exact same comps for 19 and for 20, showing that again, the values haven't changed on those accounts. The only one that's changed is the subject. And so the land table hasn't changed. There's no reason for the subject to change. Based off, I'm showing you the exact same comps for 19, the values that they were on for 19. In fact, this grid shows a value of $602,000 because the current price per square foot for the last several years, the medians of them is less than what we agreed to go in and settle tell the arbitrator to close the account at $850. And I've been fine with that, $850. But this year the value went right back up to where it was. There's no reason why it should not go back to $850, in my opinion, since nothing else has changed and that was what was agreed on, etc. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay, so now, Eamon, you've got 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes to present.
Okay, I don't have any cross-examination questions. The, excuse me. Subject is 5839. It's a vacant tract of land that used to be HEB. Last year it was valued, it was noticed at a similar value this year, but it was reset to the ARB value from the prior year of $850,000. This is it, just so we're all for sure where it is. Used to have a building on it, and it's been vacated since then, so it's just land. The next grid is going to show where, it does show that it was listed in years past for a ton of money, $3 million, just an asking price, just to put us on the scale that we're talking about. If you look at, but we need to know, okay, what is this land actually worth? These are nearby sales. This is on Cornwall Street. It's like right across from, just south of it, you just cross Cornwall. There's a chunk of land that's sold. obviously nothing over there is this big in a contiguous lot. It's all subdivided. But this one sold at an indicated value of $11.49 a foot. Part of that is because it's so small. This is one on North Live Oak that sold at an indicated value of $2.44 a foot. Next one, and this sold at an indicated value of $10.21 a foot. These are all right around there. They're vacant land sales. So if the subject sold for something about there, it's going to get some economies of say a size, right? And it's going to be less per foot. But we have it noticed at $7.47 a foot. Considering things are actually selling from anywhere from $3 to $11 a foot, that's probably a pretty reasonable estimation of market value. I will add on top of that, this is a bit of a prestige property. When it sells, it'll probably sell for in excess of what it's worth per foot for this neighborhood, because it's just so loved and so nice, and it's next to the harbor and everything like that. But we can't value land that way. It's way too subjective. If we go back up to the property card, this is just a good example of when there's a discrepancy between the appraisal district's opinion of value and the ARB decision of what that value should be set at for the year. The ARB decisions are assented to by the appraisal district, but we're not agreeing with those numbers when they're locked in, right? Our opinion of value has a method that has to get to it. When you guys set a value on a property, if nothing changes, if we don't go in and say something has materially changed, or our methods have changed, or there's some significant market activity, then that value holds 2 years. Because of whatever reason, it was probably just because it was put in as a distribute value instead of an ARB decision, it got pulled out automatically last year, and it's supposed to ride for 2 years unless we change something. So nothing changed last year, so it should have been left at the ARB decision. Again, that doesn't mean that the district in 2019 thought that this was 850. It means that in 2019, we hadn't had enough reason to change it to override the ARB decision. That time period is up. The ARB decisions don't ride forever. Our opinion of this property remains 1.1 million. I think that is well within reason for this property, as unique as it is, even compared to sales that are right next to it, of stuff, you know, what's it going to be used for? The same thing this stuff's going to be used for, you know? And our opinion of value hasn't changed. We think that it was listed at extra high back in the day, but we're below that. I guess that's it. That's all I have.
Okay, so now you have 2 minutes for cross-examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal. Benjamin.
Thank you. I'm just gonna use it all just to speak about it. So, Eamon, I guess you aren't clear on what happened back in 2018. It was not an ARB decision. It was an arbitration decision. Okay, and at the arbitration, Mr. Soto and I stepped outside of the room and talked values and came up with 850 to come back into the room and say 850 is where we want it to be. That's what we did, and that's what the final value was. Okay, that was based off of the equity, because if you look at what I have provided, if you look at, say, page number, look at page number 2. This is the current year, 2020. All right, it shows all those tracks right there. We're the dark one, but if you look at number 13 there on the left. Okay, it is the exact same size as the subject, 150,528 square feet. Okay, and it's on the roll for $2.45. It's only 2 blocks over. Not, I mean, it's 1 block. It's across the block, and it's on for a third. And so that was one of the primary considerations. None of these accounts have changed. Nothing has changed. There's no reason why if this was determined by us, why it should pop back up again this year. I mean, it was based off of the fact that it's higher than every other. Those little tiny accounts on there are on there for like a $2.45. We're on for $7.47. It's
That used to be county.
What, the what?
County courthouse, right? My bearings are correct.
What
Live
street?
Oak and
On Church
Hermosa is-
Street?
That was the county courthouse, right? If you pull it up on Picto, I'm sure it'll be obvious.
Hard to tell.
Well, because you got HEB and then you're gonna have the old church, the St. Peter's Church here and then.
Yeah. It's the courthouse property.
Well,
I can tell you why it's different,
because the offices,
because
the
it's
building's
situated different.
okay, well, guys. The accounts right next to that are on for the same price. Like, okay, you want to pick apart that one? Well, look at the others. They're on there for $2.45 too. There's no reason this account should go up, guys. Seriously.
Our land is on a schedule. It's just on a price per square foot schedule. There's not a unique schedule for this. It's on the, I think it's on the Live Oak schedule or the Magnolia schedule. We can look at the account, but there's no special land value given to this one. It's just the fact that the whole block. I mean, that's all it is. This, I don't agree that this should be the same. They're totally
it's not
different.
on the highway.
It's not on the highway. It's not next to the water. It's not. It's owned by a tax exempt entity. It has land use restrictions on it as a result of that. I just don't think it's the same.
Okay, fine. I agree with you there. If it's owned by the county, $2.45. Yeah. Okay, but what about all the accounts right next to that are much smaller, closer to ours on Concho there? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They're all on for the $2.45.
Can I ask a question? Can we look at property number 61968?
That's what I was just getting us to do.
Thank you.
Let's look at the land price per square foot. $10 a foot. Okay, look at the other land segment.
$10?
$10.
So should we go up to that same?
This one, and it has a second segment at $4 a foot. That's probably gonna be the split between Austin and Magnolia, because this one is crosses the block. Look, there you go. We're gonna keep looking at comps for a second here, Scott.
It averages at $6 a foot.
I mean, and then let's look at the subject real quick then. 58739. Let's look at the, or the property card. It should be in the evidence. That'll have the price per foot on it.
Okay.
The plan table it's on.
78. Isn't that county property too?
The subject,
No. The other ones we're looking at, a lot of those are county.
the
Like
one on
the
the corner.
live-
5878.
It's on under Magnolia Street Square. The value is $221,180. There's a total of
Scroll in.
Go down and see if we've got another land segment. $6 and 15 for the highway frontage.
15 a square foot?
For the highway frontage.
Okay.
And that's gonna match the highway frontage on where Coolings is. They're on,
Okay.
again, it's just on a schedule.
Well,
No,
and-
I agree. This year, the land table didn't change, the value shouldn't change, the value didn't change. All that happened was the ARB decision or the arbitration decision or whatever, those things aren't indefinite.
guys. But Eamon, what you just said is not correct in terms of the value of that account. It's on the roll for $221,000. There's a total of 36,600 or 864 square feet. That comes out to $6 a foot. $6. Look it online. It's right there. I'm showing it to you. It's already on my grid. Whatever that $15 thing is, that's not right. You asked for PID 61968. There's a total of 36,864 square feet. And the value's on for $221,180. That adds up to $6 a foot.
Yep, that's how averages work. That piece of land is L-shaped, and it has a big section on a cheaper land table, which is shared by the subject, and a smaller section on a better street, Austin Street frontage. The subject has both Austin Street frontage, Magnolia frontage, and Highway 35 frontage. That's what's breaking up the difference. What I'm saying is each constituent part of this land is just on what its neighbors are on. It's not any different. You know, if you think it's worth $850,000 in 2020, just convince me of that. Like, why is this property? Why would he sell this for $850 this year?
Eamon, we don't always have to talk about market. You do realize that equity is an extreme, factor here. It's not always market.
Our equity.
Talking about the accounts that are literally identical to it.
Okay.
And everything.
Cindy,
I'm not trying to argue. I'm trying to move, to make up
Okay.
some material.
Cindy, where are we?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I can't make this for 30 years at a time. Like, it's a new year.
I'm sorry I asked the question. I would like,
Okay, all right, so where we're at now is 4 minutes. So now the district gets 2 minutes rebuttal.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I thought I was already doing this.
Okay, so you just had that. All right, so now, Benjamin, you get 1 minute closing and I'm gonna hold you to it on this, okay? And no yelling.
Okay. All right. Well, like I mentioned earlier, that 850 wasn't just a straight up determination. That was considered value between the chief appraiser and myself. We went back into 850. They put 850. That was based on what the values of the land were around it, which is what I'm asking you to consider here. And if you look at the fact that, yeah, it's an L shape, but hey, we have just as much that's half on, half for on that side as on the other side. If you were to split that tract in right down the middle, half of it would be on for $4, then is what you're saying, and the other half would be on for $10. That comes out to $6. $6 a foot is less than what I'm asking for. I'm just asking that we roll it back to last year. That's it.
Okay, so now the district has 1 minute.
In closing, I'd just like to say that the purpose of this isn't necessarily about anything that the property owner's agent is asserting. I'm just going to give my opinion or my perspective. Market value being disputed has to do with reality and what things are worth. Equity being disputed, the reason that there are remedies for that is to prevent any kind of corruption or unfairness or sales chasing. When we value land, we're just putting it on a schedule. The schedule's derived from the market. We describe the land, we draw the schedule, we put it on there. The equity is always going to be really, really good on land unless you open it up and find some bizarre adjustment that you can't describe. That would be the equity. But it doesn't matter who owned this or what it's being used for. It's just on a land schedule. And I don't think that if divided up, you get much less than this. Previous year, that's fine. That's fine. I was gonna say something else. That's okay.
You can finish your statement.
No, you said you were gonna hold Ben to it. I'll
Okay.
stick to my minute.
All right, so now the appraisal review board gets 5 minutes. And I'm gonna say, because y'all brought it up in your evidence, the sale price and while that may or may not be considered in this, except for the fact, and y'all brought it up, not me, in your evidence, but this property, people have tried to purchase it recently for north of this 1,124,000, and it was not accepted. So therefore, I would say I don't understand why then that 1,124,360 value is not a very fair number, because if if that wasn't even what they would take for it, even though it was on the market, I'm confused.
I think that it's below market value, it's exactly at equity value. The decision made 2 years ago, I don't know if we made it or somebody else did, doesn't make any difference. For the price of land schedule that we're using currently and what Dan's given us, I think the price that is on it is a fair price.
I agree. The district has shown, both from a comp sales standpoint, there are some sizable differences in cost per square foot, but those can be explained. But from the equity grid, this piece of property is 3 pieces. It's right off the schedule, $6, $6, and $15. It just seems reasonably valued to me. Ramona?
I have to agree on this.
All right, so on account number 58739, based upon what we've heard from the property owner's agent and from the appraisal district, the 2020 value of $1,124,360 be upheld for 2020.
Second,
All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Oh, you know what? I need to, because I didn't say about Q1, Q2.
Go ahead.
So I need to adjust my motion on account 58739 due to the fact that the information we heard, I think that it addressed the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value. I also believe that it addressed the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, and also the possibility of other issues that may affect the value of this property. So therefore, the 2020 value should stand at the $1,124,360.
On second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll close that hearing and we'll go to,
Actually, I'm just going to jump in here. I'm going to step out. I'm not going to participate in any more hearings. I'm just going to let you roll with all of my affidavits, and that's it for me for the day. So just please proceed with my affidavits. They're already there. They're notarized. Everything is fine. I'm an attorney. Everything is covered in terms of authority. So thank you. I appreciate your time today, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Take care.
You too.
okay, we'll open up a hearing then on case 20201580, account number 54166. And go with the affidavits. I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Garazi, am notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County appraisal bid is true and correct. Property owner agent is going to be represented by affidavit, which I will read. Property owner's affidavit evidence reads, Nutt Gordon R. Jr. et al. P.O. Box 5968, Austin, Texas 78763, 5968. Property description is 1314 Highway 35 North. The reasons for protest selected are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared to other properties. Q5 other was also checked on the protest form. The one packet of evidentiary materials are attached. The statement of facts or arguments are as follows. Indicated equity value equals $2,180,000. Requested value equals $1,652,000. For hearing type, it is selected that the property owner's agent intends to appear by telephone conference call, and this affidavit can be used for the hearing if he doesn't appear in person at the hearing. So that's what we're doing. It was signed in Bear County by Benjamin Thomas and notarized by Lisa something. Oh, Telchik, it's right there down there. I'm trying to read the cursive. The evidentiary materials included are our income equity grid with some handwriting on it. Oh, thank you, Scott. I'm gonna actually look up here so I can actually try to read it. One is being criticized as being a poor comp choice. I'm trying to understand what this is saying. Adjusted median price per square foot is 58 a foot, indicating a value of $2,180,000. Owner's opinion of value is 1,652,000. He has a price per square foot. I guess that's a market value per square foot. I think is what that is. And this was selected as being a poor comp for whatever reason. It is also a strip center. Okay, and then the next page. This is kind of the same thing it said before. Opinion value. CAD comp 58651, poor comp choice, size, and multiple improvements. So this is a strip center. It's the one that used to have the Starbucks in front of it, or the Burger King, depending on how you remember it.
Oh, in front of it.
Yeah.
But
there is a strip in the back that's got the Orvis store in it.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's the gold.
So is it both or is it?
That parcel is the whole thing. One parcel, one property owner. That's all they included. I'll just go to my evidence.
Okay.
And I guess my evidence and my rebuttal, part of that is the restaurants were not moved to an income value, so that property got their strip center added as income, and then the restaurant was added as cost because we just haven't done. But 54166 is the subject property. What's included is their lease rate and their asking price. 2019 market value was $2,428,000. That was last year on a cost basis for this. This is called Sea Air Shopping Center, actually. It's got bells in it. Sherwin Williams, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, a couple different tenants, and it's just a strip center. Sea Air Shopping Center. Last year it was valued at like 2.8 million on depreciated cost. Next. All right. So we have this at $10 a foot for their lease rate, 5% vacancy, and no expenses because we're assuming triple net lease. And that gives us a net operating income of $357,209 and an indicated value of $3,820,420. Continue on. This is the other strip centers. The subject is right here. You got Live Oak Strip Center. You got just other strips, and they're all at the same price per square foot, same vacancy, same cap rate, actually same tax rates. That's a good coincidence. And then their indicated values are all about the same. And then the next, there's no settlement offer made on this one. You're about to see why. This is the actual lease offer for this property. They are leasing this at $10 per square foot per year. This is kind of our totally middle of the road shopping center. It's not the nicest one. It's not the worst one. They're leasing it for $10 a foot a year. It says this 37,860 square foot center is home to many national retailers, including Bell's, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and Sherwin Williams. Great visibility from Highway 35 north and signage available. The center is located on 2.46 acres, which provides ample parking. Currently 4,900 square feet is available for lease. Says that there's great visibility, established national tenant mix, 4,900 square feet, new roof, prime retail trade area. If you keep going down, there is a secondary thing. You can also just buy it if you want. For $3.5 million. It's a standing offer to sell. It's for lease, but it's also for sale. If you just want to buy the whole building. This is not the purchase for just bells. Kind of the same ad pitch or whatever. But the way that they get to this number is by taking their lease rate and their square footage and then multiplying it by a cap rate. That's how these properties are valued. That's how they're purchased. This is one that just we have every piece of the picture as far as what it's worth. But this is just a really good real life example of income valuation in action, right? It's got his lease. You can also just buy it. You know, in theory, you could buy the whole thing and just take up the whole place yourself and kick everyone out if you want. You know, whatever you want to do. But this is why the income valuation method exists, because this is how these things are actually done.
May I ask a question, Eamon?
Absolutely, yeah.
How come on this report here you don't have operating expenses on here?
Because the strip centers pass all their expenses onto their tenants. And if they don't, they charge more for their lease. So this is assuming that when stuff happens or when taxes need to be paid or when the pavement needs to be redone, they really do tell all the tenants, hey, everybody pitch in. It's time to pay for this thing. And they pay an amount for landscaping and that kind of thing. If the income, or if the property owner in this particular case is charging $10 a foot and is eating some of those expenses, so let's say it's not a triple net, so he's doing $10 and he's paying the taxes and he's taking care of the parking lot for them. The fact is, still offering it for sale at $3.5 million. So the only thing left is the cap rate. The cap rate is, you know, if you decrease the amount of money he's making without changing the sale price, all you're doing is affecting the cap rate. The whole goal is to get to this market value. Let me see what we noticed. Did we notice this at 3.8, Scott?
Yes.
Okay. Well, in light of that, I would just like to say that 3.5 is, I mean, that's what it's an asking price. He's sitting there. It's ready for sale. This guy's ready to sell at any given time. So we have made adjustments to other strip centers in light of costs, and maybe our $10 a foot is too high for Rockport. I think 3.5 would be fine.
I was just gonna say, if it's for sale for 3.5 and we've got
It shouldn't be above that.
rate, usually it's the other way around.
Yes.
Right.
The sales price is a lot more, so.
Well, commercial
see.
properties, sometimes their asking prices are just out of this
I
world.
know.
And sometimes they're extremely realistic. And it's
This
just,
seems like it is compared
it
to other
is. I think that he actually is happy to sell this to anyone who wants to take it from him. But yeah, I would be totally amenable to 3.5.
properties. That would be my recommendation. Drop it down to 3.5 million.
I just thought this one was interesting because we have so much,
Yeah.
we have all their little
Yeah.
constituent parts. But anyways,
I agree.
I would agree, yeah. But 3.5 seems like a more realistic value.
Okay, so, and any other discussion? So, on account 54166, based upon what we've heard from the appraisal district and from the evidence that was submitted by the property owner's agent, I make a motion that we, and considering the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal and any other issues that may affect the total value, I make a motion that we lower the value on the 2020 values to $3,500,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Close that hearing.
Okay, there's more than we're gonna be able to get done in the morning for sure, so no matter what, we're gonna have an afternoon.
We have the afternoon anyway, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We're not, the other day we managed to abate the afternoon by.
We'll be here till 5 o'clock.
We'll be here a while today for this one. That being said, there's 5 or 6 more for the 10 o'clock docket.
There's 5.
Five?
One's already.
And
washed
there's
off.
like an hour till our normal lunch. And I just want to say, I think that we could probably get these done in that hour.
Okay, let's keep
Yeah,
pressing.
Okay.
go for it.
Okay, so I guess the next one up will be case ID 2020-1553.
And is this the same, are these
Yeah.
all through that same agent?
Yes, they're all day is palleted.
But now these are all properties.
25.
Are we switching to homes now?
219.
I don't know if it's like a definite shifting of gears, but yeah, a lot of these are residential.
Okay.
They seem to be all.
I think there's a couple in here that aren't, but we'll
Is
figure.
it 1553? What number are we doing?
Yes, 1553.
Yes, 1553.
All right. Thank you.
We don't have the,
What? Oh, a sheet to
we
sign.
don't have our sheets to sign.
Okay.
Although, yeah, can you see if you can just borrow Beth for the hour?
With lots of forms.
I think they're actually.
Yeah, because even if she can't, oh, wait, she's got a, just to testify and remind them.
Are we able to still skip that thing?
I got
Will you-
1553 should be the next one.
All you're doing is reading that statement.
Just the 40.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
No problem. Do you think you could hang with us to lunch? There's like 5 or 6.
Yeah.
We're gonna try to get them.
Let's do it.
Since maybe you're right, I mean, maybe I read the whole script for a preamble here
Well,
first,
did
just
we do
to
it?
cover our bases. We didn't do it on this past.
But did we do it for the beginning of the day?
We did it for the beginning of the day.
I think we're good. I mean,
Okay.
right. I mean,
It's all part of the
I
same
think so.
representative. Okay.
Yeah. He's still effectively, nothing's changed.
He's just not participating, but his evidence still is.
Okay, all right. So, opening case 20201553, account number 25219, Chumley Revocable Trust. We'll go on with the affidavits. I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hopkins, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F and signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
I, Damon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Yeah, I'll be reading the property owner's affidavit of evidence. It's the Chumley Revocable Trust, 300 Cliffside Drive, San Antonio, Texas, 78231. The property description is 63 Blue Heron, Keel Lake Road, Unit 5, Block 20, Lot 13. Reasons for protest are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared with other properties. And the protest notice also selected Q5 other. The evidence included is one packet. Statement of facts or arguments are as follows. On the basis of market, there are 3 comparable properties that sold in the pertinent year of 2019 that suggest the property is overappraised. Based on these comps, we recommend a value of $619,572. Please turn your attention to the market sales section of the appeal summary in our packet. The section 6 hearing types selected that I intend to hear by telephone conference call for the hearing, and if he decides later not to appear by this affidavit using for the evidence submitted with it to be used for the hearing, which is what we're doing. Name and signature is signed in Bear County by Benjamin Thomas, and it was notarized by Lisa Telchik. The property owner's evidence. 2020 opinion of value. Effective date of value is 1/1/20. Date of report is 7/15/20. The account number 25219 Aransas Chumley Revocable Trust, 63 Blue Heron, Rockport, Texas 732. Property owners in San Antonio at 300 Cliffside Drive. The legal description is the same. Unit Key Livery Unit 5 Block 20 Lot 13. It's an A3 waterfront. It's 6,833 square foot. 3,070 for the building, 3,000 for the net area. The building class is a 6ST and the building year is 1979. CAD preliminary market value is $693.90. And it says the sales value is $619,570. Opinion of value is based on market sales approach. The next page is comparable, appears to be a paired sales analysis. To 63 Blue Heron, 25219, 94 Coconut Ridge, 57567, 115 Bufflehead Lane, 57284, 242 Starboard at 3019, 301. And that is showing a median adjusted market value per square foot of $68.88. The land is 408.11, 110 for a total value of $619,572. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going. Looking at the next page, it appears to be an adjustment detail. It says it shows the adjustments being made in their paired sales analysis. The improvement adjustment is listed as 5% for every doubling of size. The age is 1% per year after 3 years. Time adjustment is 1% per month after 1 year. The class is 10% per class difference. And then a map showing where the property is located in Key Allegro down in Unit 5. All they submitted. And our evidence, ACAD. Oh, and as a rebuttal to that, I would just say that our paired sales analysis uses our matrices from our description of the properties. It doesn't do the 5% per doubling in size kind of thing. The only thing that we have in common is just our depreciation rate is the same, usually. 1% per year after the first 3 years is pretty normal for residential depreciation. Some nicer properties hold their value for the first 5 years, and some premier properties depreciate a little faster, but for the most part, the rest of that is, that's just not how we do our paired sales analysis. But let's go to our evidence. It is 25219. The last sale price was sold in 2010 for $940,000. That's it.
Wait,
2010. 10 years ago.
This.
This thing was purchased 10 years ago for $940,000 by the guy who owns it now. Its current market value is $693,000. It's down $3,000 from last year. Nothing happened to this property this year. It just depreciated by 1%. Because it's a effective age 1990 6ST, so it's a stucco house on Blue Heron. So it's one at the end. Looking at a little bag. The comps that we're using are sales from 2019, 25 Whooping Crane, 23 Albatross, and they render an indicated values of 846 and 621. That's a good purchase. Okay, go to the next one.
How much was that one?
They bought this house for $950. I think the difference is going to be that this one has a bunch of land, right? Is that going to be it? It's a little bit more land. It's just it's a nicer house. It's a nicer house.
Really?
It's newer, nicer house. They bought a little bit more house. But the, let's see, then the next one is 19 Curlew and 59 Curlew, and those indicate 751,000 and 907,000. Is there a comp 5? No, there is 5 and 6. Okay, 20 Bimini and 50 Blue Heron. They indicate values of 752 and 960, giving a median equity value of 799,407. We're just saying we're undervalued on this house.
Yeah, you are.
You know, we're low. I'll add that part of the reason that we struggle in this area in Key Allegro is the historical habit of putting too much value in the land and not enough in the improvements. And then we're kind of slowly rectifying that, but it's a little hard to keep up with when everything's moving. This is equity. Okay, the equity grid is just other properties on Blue Heron, 6ST, 6ST, it's sort of the bottom. Those run.
So
Spoonbill
equity
is a
supports it.
6ST, is our equity is 718. If we were appraising it like the others, it's 718. It's just because it's on a schedule, it's in a neighborhood, it's a 6ST. There's going to be a little bit of a delta between this number and that number within reason. The equity value is higher than what we have, but that's okay. It's only a couple $1,000. And then, oh yeah, let's see what our percentage is in Key Allegro for the year. Should be the bottom. Should be the last page, right? We're at 92% weighted mean, 95% average mean. We've got 5% of value to do in Key Allegro, looks like. That's all, and I don't have any closing or rebuttal or cross.
I think we can handle this one pretty quickly. As a realtor, I can tell you this house is way undervalued. Your median equity and sales value at 718,000. Still way undervalued.
Yeah.
But your
You should
I
probably-
agree.
So his market and his median ratio exceeding the median level, either one of those proved out the value.
Oh, yeah.
I say we leave the value where it is.
I
Okay,
agree.
so on account 2, Ramona, you agree, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so on account 25219, I make a motion. And I believe it addresses the possibility of incorrect appraised market value. And I believe it addresses the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal and any other issues that might have been raised that could affect the total value of the property. I believe that this, for 2020 values on account 25219, should remain at $693,090.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, we'll close that hearing and we'll open hearing case ID 202015554, account number 25220. And we'll begin with the affidavits. I, Robert Dayton, do not that I've not been a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Deck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Oh, sorry. I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Grazi, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I will read the taxpayer's affidavit of evidence in the record.
Thank you.
The property owner is Chumley Revocable Trust, 300 Cliffside Drive, San Antonio, Texas, 78231 361-443-9200 is the phone number. The email address is ben@proptaxprotest.com. Section 2, it describes the property as 68 Blue Heron, Key Allegro, Unit 5, Block 20, Lot 14. The reasons for protest are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared to other properties. And the protest notice includes Q5 other. Attached evidence includes one packet. Section 5 is statement of facts or arguments are as follows. We are requesting last year's value of $410,260 due to lack of comparable sales. If there are no reasonable sales, the CAD cannot substantiate, prove, or support an increase. Equity and cost are not acceptable reasons to increase a property. In this case, increase from last year is not supported. Thus, the CAD has not met its burden of proof. Most respectfully, property tax consultant. Section 6 hearing type says I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing. If you decide, this affidavit and evidence submitted with it can be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. So that's what we're doing. Section 7 says signed in Bear County by Benjamin T. Thomas, and notarized by Lisa Selchik. Let's see here.
So can't increase, but isn't it the same value?
Yeah,
I mean,
I
maybe
can reread the sentence if you want, but
we are requesting
it's
last year's
if there
value.
are no reasonable sales, the CAD cannot substantiate, prove, or support an increase. Equity and cost are not acceptable reasons to increase a property.
Maybe,
There is no increase.
maybe is this one that y'all already settled? I mean, does y'all's piece of paper show
Yeah.
what mine shows?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same.
So I have a motion on account 25220.
Let's at least check the district's evidence here.
But it's for what he wants.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we're right here, but I just want to check the district's evidence.
Let's see what house it is.
It's just a lot.
He's asking for a lower value.
Yeah, but I think I know what's happening. No.
Where's the lower value? It's the same price.
401.
can I ask, is the square footage of the lot the same as the one the house is on?
Oh,
What
that could be
house?
a different, the house that we,
It's the house we just did, account number 25219.
Can we see the, well, actually, you know what? I'll just go ahead and read the rest of the evidence in real quick.
Okay.
The attached evidence includes a map of some sale comps there in Unit 5 on Kingfisher, Spoonbill, and Curlew. The land map detail includes the account numbers, the addresses, the distance from the subject, the land square footage, the land value, and the indicated land price per square foot being $58.59. I mean, all he's doing is deriving our land schedule. The land value median is 401,940. Can we look, and from my part of it, can we look at what? Just open up our evidence. Should have last year's value on here, right?
Recommended. I don't understand. Maybe with your equities, your equity comparables, maybe it comes out to that 401.
Last year it was noticed at 410,260, and in the affidavit of evidence, the statement of facts or arguments said we're requesting last year's value of 410,260, and scroll down a little bit, look at this year's notice value. It's 410,260, so the district agrees. We can make it last year's value of 410,260.
I don't understand, but okay. So on account 25220, taking into consideration the possibility of incorrect appraised market value, possibility of appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, and any other issues which may affect the valuation on this property, I recommend that we keep the same value given to it by the appraisal district for 2020 at $410,260.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Close that hearing. The next one is case ID 2020-1581, property account number 54034.
comes Elizabeth.
1581.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'll start with the affidavits. I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Kathy Hoffman, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, am notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I'm going to read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into record. The property owner is Ruben B. and Christel S. Montes, 2704 Cashel Wood Cove, Cedar Park, Texas, 786133512. Phone number for contact is 361-443-9200, ben@proptaxprotest.com. Section 2, property description is 124 Sugar Creek Drive, Country Club Square, Block A, Lot 24. Reasons for protest are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared with other properties, and the protest notice does include Q5 other. The evidence included is one packet. Section 5, the statement of facts or arguments are as follows. On the basis of market, there are 4 comparable properties that sold in the pertinent year of 2019 that suggest the property is overappraised. Based on these comps, we recommend a value of $137,994. Please turn your attention to the market sales section of the appeal summary in our packet. Section 6, hearing type, selected I intend to hear by telephone conference call for the hearing this affidavit, and the evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. It was signed in Bexar County by Benjamin T. Thomas, notarized by Lisa Telchik. I think it's under taxpayer evidence 2, I think is the evidence packet that was sort of yeah. It shows the property description is the same as, on the affidavit, account 54034. It's a single family residence. The CAD preliminary market value is 162,470 and their sales value is 137,994. Next page shows their comp, it's paired sales analysis. It's 124 Sugar Creek Drive is the subject, and then 709 North 5th Street, 306 Griffith Drive, 311 East Laurel Street, and 609 East Market Street.
None of those are in the same area.
After the adjustments are made, their median adjusted value, market value per square foot is $83.79, giving the subject an indicated improvement value of $119,994. Include the land, which is really common elements in this case, is $137,994. And the next page shows where the amount of their adjustments and their schedule for adjustments and their paired sales analysis. And the last page is a map showing the location of the comps. S is going to be subject, A, B, C, and D are the comps. Okay, we'll go to our evidence. Things loading. No matter how much people push you, Scott, you're still faster than my tablet. Okay, 54034. This is a condo in like that Santa Fe, Pebble Creek, the back end of the country club.
Oh, yeah.
Country clubs.
They all look kind of like they belong in Arizona.
Yeah,
And really,
and they sell like hotcakes.
Yeah.
yeah, they're very. It's nice in there. I think
It is nice.
nice to walk in there. Gated. The last sale price for the subject was in 2018, so that's after Hurricane Harvey. This was actually purchased for $167. Last year, their market value was $141,860, and our current value is $162,470. In the past year, there was a neighborhood adjustment put on the improvements for these condos as a result of sales. People were just buying them up and telling us what they were worth. The property has depreciated, its effective age hasn't changed, so we're not seeing any kind of material difference in the subject year over year, just the neighborhood appreciating. We're still below what they actually paid. This purchase of the subject is part of what caused this move. The comp sales don't include the sale of the subject because it was old. Oh, no, they do. This is comp number 4. Okay, there you go. I didn't know it was 2 years old. We've got some even more recent ones. And they're all very, very, very similar properties as far as size, and they're extremely comparable. The sales are at 168,000, 165,000, 186,000, and 167,000 for the subject. We're currently noticed at 162,470. The equity shows that there's others that are that class of 1410, which is it's a unique class. It's these condos specifically. It has its own building class, and they're all exactly the same to the dollar. The only thing that's going to be different is if there's something different about the building. They have the same amount of common elements value. That gives a median equity value of 161,664.
161, 164.
161,664.
Thank you.
That's like $800 below what it was noticed at. That's gonna happen. That's just now. Oh, there you go. Our sales ratio report is we're at 98.6% weighted mean and 99.9% average mean for, I think this is the whole country club. But yeah, just like I said, this is very contiguous neighborhood, consistent values. We're still below what they paid for it 2 years ago.
Okay.
I think
Seems
that
like
first slide can tell you that if you put that on the market for 162, it would sell in about 5 seconds. It's probably sell for quite a bit more than that. However, having said that, our equity grid shows that it's above median equity value. Median equity value is 161,664, and it listed it's assessed as 162,470. So although I think the price is correct, I think we need to reduce it to the median equity value.
All right. Ramona?
I agree.
All right. So based upon, or did you just, based upon what from the property owner's representative and from the appraisal district on account 54034, I make a motion that considers the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value, and also the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, and any other issues which might affect the total value of this property. I suggest that we lower the value for 2020 to $161,660.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, close that hearing.
Oops. Too low, we can go to lunch.
Next up is case ID 20201607, account number 52086. The affidavits, I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, am notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
I, Emmett Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I'll read affidavit of evidence into record. Section 1, Chevet Properties LP, 5337 Yorktown Boulevard, number 301, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78413-5338. Property description is 545 North Commercial Street. It's Aransas Pass, block 543, lot 1 through 9. Section 3, reasons for protest selected were incorrect appraised market value, values unequal compared to other properties, and the notice of protest does include Q5 other. Section 4, evidence says that there's one packet included. The statement of facts or arguments are as follows. Indicated and requested value equals $240,000. Section 6 indicates I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing, and this affidavit and evidence submitted with it can be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person. And that's what we're doing. Section 7 is County Bear, signed by Benjamin Thomas, and it was notarized by Lisa Telchik. The next is a copy of the appraisal district's income equity grid, and there's some sort of penned-in adjustment made.
Is this sunset in?
In for some reason.
What is it?
Well, it says,
It says it's showing that in our grid that it's Pelican in. I don't know what the $280,000 thing that he wrote up there, what that correlates to, but let's just keep looking. Maybe it'll make sense in a minute. This is part of our evidence. I'll present that later. I don't know what this $280,000 means.
It's almost like you crossed out the wrong line.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
Keep going.
yeah, because that isn't the account number.
yeah, I think he messed up.
Yeah, maybe. The effective gross income, it says 156,315, and it says actual 77,000. Great information. The indicated value is 240,000. Oh, this is a printout from the hotel fact book. This is the thing that the comptroller
Receives.
they get this information, they publish it, and you can just go get it with a Freedom of Information request. This company also aggregates data from a couple other public sources and produces this sort of magical book of.
So is that true or?
Yeah, no, this is considered authoritative by everybody. We use this, everyone uses this. This shows 77,000 was the actual room revenue for the year. Prior year it was 164, this year it was 77. It gives their average daily room rate, their occupancy, the percent change year over year, the revenue per room. We have a copy of this. We're aware of this. And then.
So did you use that figure in your income method?
The one he's got
Deals.
circled there?
Yeah, yeah. We use the same data. We have this exact same data. This is part of what we were using.
So using his numbers, that's how you came up with.
I didn't use his numbers. No, I'll present.
Because you
that.
had for the effective gross income on there, it's 77,000, which is what he has on here, and you've got 156.
Yep, that's where he got the effective. It's the actual. I'll show you guys in my evidence.
Okay.
All right, this is 52086. This is the Pelican Inn in Aransas Pass. It's the one right where that little split in Aransas Pass. It's
On the left?
And it's not the little blue one that's squatty and not really used. It's the one that's shaped like this, and this is all damaged. It's like.
Yeah,
What's this?
I drive by it every week.
Pelican? Yeah, I got it.
So you're driving through here, there's a donut shop right here, that's Pelican Inn. All right, go to the next one. So it was noticed at 672,490, and okay, so that was based on there being 46 rooms. They were given 50% vacancy, and their daily rate was 9,709. And 65% vacancy, which is above what is the market, and their expenses are still at 55 of what everyone else got. So that's where our net operating income or figure comes from. This is the one that was being disputed, the effective gross income of 156. Saying, oh, ours is actually 77. It was actually 77. And then it says down here, I used actuals on room rent and vacancy, but I only did that to account for the fact that this property is really damaged. Like, it's like a construction site to the point where you go, not even like a working hotel. But some part of it is, and like they reported it. So all I can do is say, well, let's just do it based on what they're doing. Like what is their actual, how much of it is operational? Well, however much is operating is operational. How much vacancy would be caused by this construction site? Whatever vacancy is there, like we'll just treat this as a bit of a special case.
I'm so confused as to why his income, I think, was 77 and yours is higher, and think you have to adjust for that, or is it correct and yours isn't? Remember where he circled the 77 for?
Yeah, that is a good point. Here, let's look on the last page and let's see if I have any other notes about that. Okay. All right. So this just shows other motels that are on the same type of thing. This one actually, if anything, is a little bit, equity-wise, should be a little higher, but it's because it isn't the same. It's tangibly different. It's damaged. You can also see the tax rate super high in Aransas Pass. The room revenue needs to be adjusted. Okay, let's go ahead and look at that. Go to the hotel fact book page that he included. Thanks. The fact that he included that, we can actually just look at it. All right, let me see this. Okay, so he's at 77,000 for the year, and it says that their ADR is 2660. 2660. I'll do it. 2660. Okay, so that gives a value per room per year of $9,709 times 46 times. So this was reported weird. Where's their occupancy? Occupancy is 34%. So that's where we got our 65. 156. Where'd the rest of the money go?
What does this use actuals on room rent and vacancy?
I think I might know what happened. I think I know what happened. Hang on.
We'll give you a minute. Take your time.
So if we do that. Can I see their cap rate, their loaded cap rate real quick?
The overall cap rate is 10.46.
And the requested value was 260?
Requested
Um,
from
280, I believe.
523.
240.
I think 240.
240.
Where did I get 523 from?
Oh, 523 is what he offered them,
That's what I'm
240.
saying.
and they requested 240.
Okay,
Okay.
Last year was 372.
I think, okay, so here's what happened, was the, scroll down, I'll explain what it is real quick. When the hotel owner reported their rooms, they put it in on the next page, on the actual, sorry, the one after that, the fact book page. So it's just showing that their vacancy is 65%, that they're only 35% occupied. And that's what they said, oh, we're 35% occupied. And we need $77,000. And they said, how many rooms do you have? Oh, we got 46 rooms. The problem is they're 35% occupied in whatever left of the 46 rooms are actually operational.
They're messed up, so
Yeah,
they
so
were,
their actual vacancy at 46 rooms is like way lower. And the actual number of, you could actually figure out how many rooms are available by dividing it backwards. But no matter how you split it, that is their effective gross income. And then you put the expenses on it with a cap rate, we get to 260. So it should.
260?
Which is, I think, less than it was last year.
oh,
That's just-
260?
Yeah. And that's
No.
just a result of the fact that valuing these things on income gets you to better values than valuing them on cost. It's a big building, it's just not making any money.
No. I saw them working on it the other day. I think they're doing everything themselves.
Yeah, a lot of times, you know,
Well, they
the
probably
way
have
that these
to.
things survive is by not having any debt.
Right.
The killer on these things, yeah, because they get taxed out of existence if they don't. All right, that's it.
So you're offering 260?
Yes.
Okay, on account of, Ramona,
I'm good with that. I'm really good with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
on account 52086, and taking into consideration the possibilities of incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeding median level of appraisal and any other issue which might affect the evaluation or the valuation, we suggest lowering the 2020 value to 260,000. Period.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Close that case.
So the next one is closed.
It's closed, yes, I have that. So we'll open case number 2001615. And that's account number 25074. And I'll begin with the affidavits. I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Piccarazzi, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
Oh, I am in Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony and appraisal review work of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. With the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the records. It's
Sorry.
section 1.
What account are we on?
Oh, okay, it's
25074.
WFI Interests LLC, 8106 Nuffy Ridge. Newfie. How do you pronounce that?
Newfie.
Newfie.
What are you doing?
I don't know, I'm not going to.
San Antonio, Texas, 78209-2246. Contact information is 361-443-9200, then at taxprotest.com. Section 2, the property description is 5 Bimini Drive, Key Allegro, Unit 4, Block 15, Lot 3. Reasons for protest selected are incorrect appraised market value, values unequal compared to other properties, and the protest notice includes Q5 other. The evidence included says it's one packet. Statement of fact arguments is as follows. On the basis of market, there are 2 comparable properties that sold in the pertinent year of 2019 that suggest the property is overappraised. Based on these comps, we recommend a value of $561,400. Please turn your attention to the market sales section of the appeal summary in our packet. Section 6, hearing type, says I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit, the evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person. So that's what we're doing. Section 7 is signed in Bear County by Benjamin T. Thomas and notarized by Lisa Telchik. Scott, do you have an evidence too in your thing? Or whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't have that evidence in here.
I do not.
We don't, we just have evidence, for you, evidence.
No.
Well, but there's protests.
It says in the section,
Is he referring to your
I'm
report?
sorry, 4 evidence, it says 1 packet. I don't have the packet.
We don't have.
It appears that the packet has not been submitted.
Do you want to check with?
I can refer to what it says is the packet contains. It says, we would expect to find 2 comparable properties that sold in 2019 that suggest the property is overappraised. Based on those comps, they are recommending a value of $561,400.
We don't know what his comps were though.
Yeah.
No, we don't know what his comps were or his adjustments, but I mean, I just don't have them. You know, if they're not in, if Scott doesn't have them, the district doesn't have them because he's
Got
looking at packs. So,
Okay. What do we
That's
do
not
in
a
this
sync.
case?
I mean, we read the affidavit of evidence into the record. That's what he submitted. That's what we got.
Okay.
That's what's in.
You know, we just go here.
District,
Now, yeah.
Well,
no,
let's look at the district evidence.
So this is property 25074, and it is a home in Keel Agro. It sold in 2016 for $654,000.
16?
In 2016. The market value for last year was $620,416. This year, it was market value is $632,540. It appears that the change was because it went back to cost. There was a settlement statement that had been going for 2 years as a result of the purchase. The purchase, yeah. So the 62416 from last year, I'm guessing, well, actually, that note's not dated. That may actually be even an older note. Let me see. I'm just trying to figure out why it went up 12 grand this year. I don't know if the land value changed or the.
Did a
improvement.
Harvey code or
It's
something
the
come off
improvements.
or?
No, it'd be much bigger than that if it's that. Scott, can you find anything that
Did the year change?
off the top of your head?
But even a year change,
Maybe.
it would have been bigger.
It would have been probably bigger than that, yeah.
I'm guessing it has to do with that closing statement.
Maybe this, it's unfortunate that this isn't dated because if it was, and that could be a note from 2017. I wish it was dated.
Well,
We're looking it up. He's trying to see if he can find it.
Settlement.
Okay, so it is from the settlement. So it was settled for some reason. Probably, can we know when the settlement, what year it was from? Was that an 18 settlement?
It was 2019
19,
equity settlement.
equity, and was this an H75? The property group codes on here?
Yes.
It was an H75? Okay, so that's storm damage.
Okay.
That's what it was. It was storm damage. And they came in, they showed us their damage, it was settled. This year, it went back to its normal value. It's still depreciating from 1982. That's all it is. It's just the Harvey stuff's been fixed. So that's what the $12,000.
okay,
Land value hasn't moved. Here's a picture of it on Canal on Bimini. All right, next one. All right, so the comps are a 4SS Plus on one Bimini that sold last year for $585, and then a 5SS Plus on Luau that sold in June for $550. And then the next is a 5SS in April of 19 that sold for $663, and a 5SS Plus, just like the subject, that sold in August for $745. The indicated median value when adjusted to be like the subject is $682,428, showing that we're about $50,000 off the indicated market value of this house. We keep scrolling down. We'll look at equity, because they didn't protest that. We have a 5SS Plus and 5SS Plus on 16 Bimini and 29 Looping Crane. And if we just want to, not even making adjustments, this one's at 675, that one's at 742. It's got other stuff. It's got probably docks and boat lifts, maybe some extra square footage. 12 Malibu, 25 Blue Heron. It's at 772 and 660. They're both 5SS Pluses. That gives a median indicated equity value of $672,905. The market value is currently $632,540. Like I said, that's going to happen. Analysis like that, it's not going to be perfect every time. We already did this one. The weighted mean and average mean in Key Largo are 92% and 95%. We're below what the market's actually doing there. The subject property is no longer in a state of disrepair from Hurricane Harvey, and that's all that happened. We just went back to normal cost schedule.
Okay, so based upon what we've heard from the appraisal district agent and from the property owner's representative, taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value and the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, and any other issue which might have affected the proper valuation of this property, I believe the 2020 value of $632,540 stands at $632,540.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Lunchtime.
I believe that's it for
Is that it?
That's it for the morning.
the morning docket.
We should plug these in.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we're not starting on 1:30s. They have to come back no matter what. There's our,
That's what I
yeah.
Are those also with him?
Yeah, all
Yeah,
these
all
cows.
So
the
maybe he'll come
affidavits.
back in, or?
He said he wasn't going to.
Possibly.
He's welcome to, but he said he wasn't going to.
So are we coming back at 1 or 1:30?
1:30. Oh, you want to start
Do
early?
you want to come at
You
1?
want to start earlier?
I could do 1, for sure, if y'all want to, but I mean,
I can do one.
are you good at 1?
Sure.
Are you good at 1, Eamon?
Okay, why don't we meet back here at 1 o'clock then?
Sounds good to me. That way we can knock this stuff out.
You want
Yes.
Val to let her know?
Yes, that probably would be a good idea.
All right, amen.
I'll see you back here at 1.
1 o'clock?
Thing.
Yes, 1 o'clock.
It's only an hour.
See ya.
Ramona,
She's here.
Ramona, you hear us, right?
Ramona.
What?
Oh, there you go. Just
Okay, you just ignore us.
doing a light check.
Oh, I just got home.
Ooh, that's bad.
That was bad. Try that
What?
again. Say something. Preamble to the Constitution.
Hey,
What's the matter?
I'm good to go.
Okay. Why?
We got a quorum even if we can't hear her.
No,
so
no,
let's
that's
go.
not the problem. Her voice.
I
is-
can hear you.
Okay, now it's better.
Yeah, now it's better. Opening hearing on case ID 2020-1541, account number 32689. Our members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I have the option to solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F and am signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all
I-
witnesses.
I, Elizabeth Picker Rising, and notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. And I will be reading the owner's affidavit of evidence into record. It is, property owner is Biden Fred L. III.
For a little bit.
General Delivery, Fulton, Texas, 78358-999. The property description is 719 Gagon Street, Smith and Wood, Block 54, Lots 7 and 8. Reasons for protest check are incorrect. Market value is unequal compared to other properties, and the protest form also selected Q5 other. The section 4 says the evidence included is one packet. The statement of facts or arguments was left blank. The hearing type was selected was I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit and the evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person, and that's what we're doing. The name was signed in Bexar County by Benjamin Thomas, notarized by Lisa Telchik. The attached evidence appears to be the property card for the from Aransas County, giving just a description of the land, the improvement, and the value, the neighborhood, the site its address, and that includes the property owner's submitted evidence. The for appraisal district evidence, property ID number 32689. Last year it was noticed at 124,680. This year this property was noticed at 123,450. Nothing happened over the year over year, but a little bit of depreciation. This is a residential home on Gagon Street over here in Rockport. And let's see, the sales grid shows comparable sales on 802 Gagon Street, 402 West Liberty Street, 611 Stewart Street, or Stewart. How do y'all pronounce that street? Can you say Stewart? You say Stewart.
How do you say that, Ramona?
I don't know, there's two that they sound the same.
Some people say Stewart, some say Stewart.
Stewart and Stewart.
619 Stewart Street also sold, and 215 North Downey. The median indicated value based on those sales that happened in the last couple of years in this central Rockport area is $130,540, and $7,000 over the notice value. The comp equity grid shows the subject is a 3 pH. pH is asbestos.
process?
You know, they used to make, it's like tile board, it's really brittle, and that's what pH is. We compared it to a 3ST, a 4SS, a 4FB, and a 4FB plus, which are just homes nearby in this neighborhood, and how we're appraising them. The median equity value is $123,181, which is, I think, $100 what we have on it, about $2 less. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, good enough. And then following that is a sales report for Central Rockport, showing that we're at 98.8% for that neighborhood and 1.00 on the average. That concludes our evidence.
Is it our turn?
Yeah.
Price that we have currently for the property is lower than the market value, but it's $300 above, $5 above the equity value. So we can deduct $345 from the 123. If you're just make it 123.
180.
Let's just say 180.
Yeah, well, that's what I said,
Yeah.
180.
Okay, I make anybody different?
Nope.
I make a motion on 32689, based upon what we heard from the appraisal district and from the evidence submitted by the property owner's agent on account number 32689, that we adjust the 2020 value down to 123,180.
Second,
Second.
all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Hearing is closed. Opening hearing on case ID 2020-1576, account 46546.
Oh, we don't have one.
I wonder if she can leave us a couple of them.
They're all in here.
There's a bot there, too. Some over here.
I mean, give us-
1576.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she does have to be in here to
Oh, it's
notice.
I'm a bidder. I'm not really good at it.
Right, it hadn't been that bad. Why are you running out?
One case and he's leaving.
I know,
Missing
chicken.
one?
You were missing one.
You know what it is? Because I wasn't gonna be here, but I remember my sister's in there now, so I'm going later. So she probably just did enough. So she'll come with another one here in a minute. We just need one more of all of them. My sister. We have an appointment this afternoon together.
Like, are you?
Like I'll be leaving later, huh?
Oh, for a meeting or something.
A hair appointment.
Oh.
How could you do both at the same time?
Starts with her and we sit around and talk, you know.
Make sure that's the right one.
Ends up being a part.
Yes.
What is it?
This is 1541.
Do what?
So one's in June.
1576.
What are we on?
Exactly.
1576.
So my sister, I usually go
1576.
first,
76.
but today, so I can be here as long as possible, my sister's going first.
What time is your?
Who do you go?
They'll let me, like, because it's down by the school, the elementary. So they'll just tell me when it's like
Are you ready?
15. I go to Tina.
Okay, so the ARB members who are considering protest did not communicate with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I swear that I have not communicated with another in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with any other person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Garazzi, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I'll be reading the taxpayer's evidence into the record. The property owner is Diane Kesslinger, 13912 Panorama Drive, Austin, Texas, 78732-1030. Contact is 361-443-9200, ben@proptaxprotest.com. Section 2, give the property description as 1021 Water Street, apartment 305. Legal description, Laguna Reef condominiums, unit 305, and 1.435% interest in common elements. Reasons for protest checked were incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared to other properties, and Q5 other was also selected on the protest form. Section 4 evidence indicates. Sorry.
On the protest form.
Yeah.
The others checked as 41.41A9 and 23.01E. Oh, I think that's 41.41A9.
It's on the protest form. It's been on every single one of them.
41.
But we didn't ask.
All right. Property owner is entitled to protest before the Appraisal Review Board for the following action. 9 is any other action of the chief appraiser, appraisal district, or appraisal review board that applies to and adversely affects the property owner. The other one was 23.
301E. When you make the motions, you have to say
I said, and any other.
other.
I say, and any other. But I could say.
2301E. Okay, notwithstanding any provision of this subchapter to the contrary, if the appraised values of property in a tax year is lowered under subtitle F, the appraised value of the property as finally determined under that subtitle is considered to be the appraised value of the property for that tax year. And in the following tax year, the chief appraiser may not increase the appraised value unless reasons given.
Got it. Okay, so we include other.
Okay, section 4, it says the evidence included is one packet. Section 5, the statement of facts or arguments are as follows. We are requesting a value of $125,000 based on 5 confirmed sales in the same condo. The data will reveal that the price dollars per square foot of the CAD sales are far less than the sales they presented. The sales were taken from Zillow based on their notes in their own evidence. Zillow is not a reliable source for the sales price. My sales have been confirmed through the attached deed of trust. Section 6 hearing type says I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit and evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. So that's what we're doing. Section 7 says it was signed in Bear County by Benjamin T. Thomas and notarized by Lisa Telchik. The evidence attached shows a sales grid of confirmed sales from 2019 at 1021 Water Street, which is going to be Laguna Reef. It's units in the 100s and one in the 400s. They're all 306 square feet except for the one in 401. It's much bigger. It gives a consideration value and then it gives an indicated purchase price. No source is given on here for why the purchase price is different than the consideration and where that number came from. Obviously, consideration doesn't have to be the same as the sale price, but it's not telling me on here. Maybe I'm missing something, but I'm not seeing where that difference comes from. And then there is an adjustment being made of 10% off the dollars per square foot. And I'm not sure why.
Wait, where are you
I
seeing
think this is a
this?
size adjustment perhaps.
Says down in the fine print,
Not
10%
on his
per
evidence, it's on.
Dublin.
So okay, well, I mean, that doesn't add up though. Well, I guess it does. So you go from 300 to 600 to 1,200. I guess that is technically doubling. Anyways, that's how the adjustments were done. And they came to an indicated value of 125,000. Following that is the deed of trust for where is the site's address? There you go. Unit 121 for $50,000, May 2019. And then a deed of trust for sorry, I'm trying to find the site is apartment 401 is 275, and then 107 for 52,125.
Unit number 107?
Yeah, and then unit 109, 62,000.
But those would be first floor units, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And then 119 for 55,000. And that is all of the property owners submitted evidence. I just lost it. No, it's not. My tablet back now. For my rebuttal time, I'll just point out that we don't get sales prices from Zillow. It is super unreliable. Zillow has a place where realtors can like type in a number with their sales prices, but there's nobody policing that being accurate. And sometimes there's even just like typos. Sometimes there's like numbers flipped or things off by an order of 10. So we don't use that. But in light of the fact that we don't have MLS data, one of the things that we have done this year is come up with a percent of list ratio for sales that don't have the disclosed sale price. So we have to do something. We go off the last list price, which is what it was when it closed, and then there's a market adjustment made based on saying, okay, yeah, it listed for that, but what does it actually close for? And it's held up pretty good, but we're not using the listing prices from Zillow for these things. The numbers are going to be hugely different from what things are actually closing for. That's just the part that has a loan on it. The amount of money down can be really significant, especially in a year where people are getting insurance money. For our evidence, it's 46546. This is a condo in Laguna Reef. It is number 305. So I'm guessing that's on the third floor. And the last sale price was in 2013. It was purchased for $113,500. Last year it was valued at $91,290. It's because it was 50% complete.
They pulled that off.
Yeah, they got done. And
There you go.
between January to January, they got finished. The comps that we have are the sale of number 215, 101, and 212. So it looks like 101 is going to be bottom floor, but it is 600 square feet.
Well, that would be a corner unit.
Okay, so these are probably corner units. That's probably because they're all 621, 621, the subject 621. And the sale prices on those were 190, 195, and 185. The indicated values for the subject as a result are 190, 195, and 185, because they're all basically the same things, the same square footage in the same building. The median indicated value is 190,000, and our market value for 2020 is 186,360. I'll point out it's not a coincidence. These things were rebuilt and renovated. We have to know what their value is. It's kind of a blank slate. We just let the market tell us what they're worth. The equity is going to be other units that are exactly like the subject, so there's no adjustments being made. And that's units 306, 7, and 8, which are adjacent to the subject. And they're all 186,380. And then following that is a sales ratio report for condominiums in Aransas County. And we're at 1.02% and 1.07% on condos in Aransas. And that concludes our.
Okay, so from what I've seen, I don't see anything that would make me change the value, but I don't know, what do y'all think?
I agree, the sales equity and
The sales equity is exactly the same.
yeah,
Right.
so the equity
I
is
think we
exactly
should leave
the
it where it
same.
is.
Ramona?
I do too.
Okay,
Yep.
All right, so on account 46546, taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value, the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, and any other issues which may impact the value, the total valuation on this property, I make a recommendation, or I make a motion that we leave the value on account 46546 at $186,380.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, hearing is
It
closed.
must be delayed.
Opening hearing on case ID 2020-1577. Account 46568. Board members who are considering the protest did not communicate with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Flowers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41, section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hopkins, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picker-Rising, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
Testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I'll be reading the property owner's affidavit and evidence into the record.
Jeez.
Is this, what's the BID on this?
465.
46568.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was showing me the old one, but it wasn't. This is a different one. Okay.
Sometimes
They just look the same.
They're identical.
This is property owner is Diane Kesslinger, 13912 Panorama Drive, Austin, Texas, 78732-1030. Contact info is 361-443-9200, ben@proptaxprotest.com. Description of the property is 1021 Water Street, apartment 411. Laguna Reef Condominiums Unit 411, an undivided 1.435% interest in the common elements. Reasons for protest are incorrect appraised market value and value is unequal compared to other properties. And Q5 other, any other reason was selected as on the protest notice as well. Section 4 says that in the evidence, there's one packet attached. Statement of facts or arguments are as follows. We are requesting a value of $125,000 based on 5 confirmed sales in the same condo. The data will reveal that the dollars per square foot of the CAD sales are far less than the sales they presented. The sales were taken from Zillow based on their notes and their own evidence. Zillow is not a reliable source for the sales price. My sales have been confirmed through the attached deed of trusts. Hearing type is selected. It was I intend to hear by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit and the evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing. So that's what we're doing. Section 7 says it was signed in Bexar County by Benjamin T. Thomas, notarized by Lisa Telchik. The attached evidence is a sales grid of some deed of trust sales of condos there in Laguna Reef, giving some adjustment for size, giving an indicated value of $125,107, and then subsequent to that are the selections, excerpts from the deeds of trust being referenced. Evidence and rebuttal. Point out that deed of trust numbers are just consideration values and they're not reliable at all, and we're not using Zillow's listing prices as sale prices. Also, the sale prices we have in Laguna Reef weren't even percent list, I don't think, because they're rounded numbers. They look like actual sales numbers. The subject property is 46568. It was 50% complete in 2019. Was noticed at 91,290. The assessed value for 2020 is 186,380. It's a condo on the top floor of Laguna Reef, and 621 square feet. Sales grid shows sales of unit 215, 101, and 212. They are all 621 square feet. They're all 621 square feet. So there's no adjustment being made for square footage because they're super comparable. They're in the same building and they're situated the same way. And they were sold for 190, 195, and 185, 907. The other property noticed at 186,380. Median sales value is 190,000. The equity grid shows the adjacent units 410, 409, and 305. I'm guessing that 305 is on there because it's also situated the same way. They're all 621 square feet, so they're going to be identical, and they're all noticed at 186,380, just like the sales ratio report. Yeah, that was right.
Okay, very good. So based on account number 46568, based upon the information presented by the appraisal district and by the information submitted by the property owner's representative, and looking at the incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal and any other issue which might affect the value of the total value of this property, I think the district has proven that we need to retain the current value for 2020 at $186,380.
Second.
Aye.
Hearing is closed. The hearing on case ID 2020-1609, account number 16480. ARB members considering not communicating with anyone about the process and are signing affidavits to that effect.
1609.
Hello?
Where's that delay?
Coming when they make a motion.
Hi,
Are you
Charles
listening
Powers.
on the thing? I'm
Hi.
trying to, but
I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Davis, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, am notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Evan Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall submit to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I'll be reading the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record. Property owner is Todd Lane LLC, 2006 East Cesar Chavez Street, Austin, Texas, 78702-4512. Contact info is 361-443-9200 and ben@proptaxprotest.com. Property description, 115 Perch Lane, and the site description is Copano Cove, Unit 11, Lot 18. Reasons for protest are
What's
incorrect.
the PID on this one, guys?
It is
17870.
1648.
480.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Close enough.
16480 is the PID for the scale.
Oh, okay.
The reasons for protest checked are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared to other properties, and the notice of protest included Q5 other. The evidence included is specified in one packet. Statement of facts or arguments are as follows. We are requesting last year's value of $241,870 due to lack of comparable sales. If there are no reasonable sales, the CAD cannot substantiate, prove, or support an increase. Equity and cost are not acceptable reasons to increase the property. In this case, increase from last year is not supported. Thus, the CAD has not met its burden of proof. Section 6, the type is selected as I intend to hear by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit and the evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not attend in person at the hearing. So that's what we're doing. Section 7 says it was signed in Bear County by Benjamin T. Thomas and notarized by Lisa Telchik. And there isn't anything attached. Let's go into hours. The totality of their argument was that our property ID is 16480. Go ahead.
His protest, where did he get the,
Give him exactly what he protested for.
what?
Go ahead.
What would you say?
I think we ought to rule in favor of the homeowner here.
I mean, it's crazy. It's actually going down.
I wasn't tracking 241,870, and we're at
And he asked for last year's value,
239,850.
so I think we should give him what he asked for.
Don't raise it.
Well, give me a minute. Let me look at the sales and equity and see what happens.
We're just trying to make it fair.
We just want to make them happy.
True. Let's see, our sales grid is showing sales. We do have to present our evidence. This thing was sold in 2017. The property owner bought it for $324,000 3 years ago, and last year it was at 241. This year it's at 239,850. And the sales we have in the area are at 739 Copeno Cove Road, 105 Copeno Cove Road, 619 Copeno Cove Road, 122 Pintail. And that gives an indicated median value for the market at 261,215. And the equity comps are 4 FB pluses in the same neighborhood on redhead perch and speckled trout. Median equity value is 253,634. And the appraisal ratio is 1.03 weighted mean and 98.9% average mean. And I'll just say that our notice value is equitable because it's on our schedule, and that's equitable for how it's being treated. Nothing unique was done to this property. The market value grid does show that we could justify a higher market value on this, but as we're doing mass appraisal, I mean, if you look at the sales ratio report, our weighted mean is 1.03%. The margin of error there is it's right on top of our number, and I would not recommend raising this to last year's value, but allow the depreciation to happen.
Okay, all right. So on account number 16480, I make a motion based upon what we heard from the appraisal district, and also there was some evidence submitted by the property owner's agent, but anyway, and considering the possibility of incorrect appraised market value and considering the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal and any other entity or cause for the value to be affected on this account, I make a motion we leave it at the value of $239,000 $850.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Does the tax code say anything about, wasting people's time?
This is a
Hearing is
right
closed.
of a property owner.
Opening a hearing on case 9 ID 2020-1612, account number 17870. Board members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Dyke, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Bicarazi, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I'll be reading the property owner's affidavit and evidence into the record for account 17870. This is the David L. Tyner Revocable Living Trust. Tyner David L. Revocable Living Trust. Care of Tyner David L. Trustee, 1323 Water Street, Rockport, Texas 78382-2250. The property description is 1323 Water Street. It's Dowdy and Mathis, Block 29, Lot 6, and 50 feet of waterfront east. Reasons for protest: incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared to other properties. And the protest form also indicated Q5 other. The evidence attached is indicated as being one packet. Statement of facts or arguments are as follows: requested value equals $482,019. Hearing type has been selected as I intend to hear by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit and the evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing, so that's what we're doing. Name and signature: Bear County, Benjamin Thomas, and notarized by Lisa Telchik. The property owner's attached evidence starts with an account history. Date of report is July 15th, 2020. It gives a description, it repeats the situs description and the ownership. It gives our building class, our gross area, which it also refers to as net rentable area. And it says economic area SAR, that's actually the Aransas County School District. The value 2020, so it looks like it's showing our 2018, 2019, and 2020 values for preliminary values versus certified values, which they're referring to as final values. And then there's blank spaces for hearing dates and preliminary versus preliminary percent increase. So 2018, the final value for the subject is 265,000. In 2019, it was 559,000. And preliminary appraised value matches the certified value. This year, the preliminary appraised value is 665,190, and obviously we haven't certified the goal yet. I don't know what the 19% refers to. I'm trying to understand. I'm guessing that's a year-over-year change.
That's the difference between 559, 710, and 665.
Probably, yeah. It's just labeled kind of funny. The 2020 appeal summary repeats the same information describing the property and gives a equal and uniform analysis that says that is 538,536, and a market value based on 5 adjusted sales comps for 482,019. The equal and uniform, this looks like a paired sales analysis grid, kind of, and it's a 1323 Water Street, 18 Albatross Road, 51 Curlew Drive, 2517 Shell Ridge Road, and 1421 Water Street, and 1425 Water Street. The houses are all 6 FBs, and they're A3 properties. So 6 FBs on the water. The let's see, adjustment distance and improvements. There, it's 538,536. 536, yeah. And the equal and uniform analysis is a similar thing. 18 Albatross, 51 Curlew Drive, 2517 Shell Ridge Road, 1421 Water Street, and 1425 Water Street. And it's adjusted based on like a percentage for size and age and class using their adjustments. It doesn't give a median on this page. The median was stated earlier, I guess. Oh, the median is on the last page, 482,019. And there is a page showing the location of the comps. There's basically a Key Allegro, looks like unit 4 and 5, Water Street, and then Shell Ridge Road. And the last page, I'm guessing, is the equity comps, and they're dry, it looks like. Or they might be in, I don't know, it's in Copano, Ridge, Cape Valero, and Shell Ridge, past Shell Ridge down in Estes. That might even be on the intracoastal. A little hard to see how washed out it was. Okay, going to our evidence. All right. Property ID number is 17870. It is a single family home on Water Street. Last sale was in 2017, was a purchase for the lot. It was bought for $240,000, $239,000. In 2019, the property was 80% complete. And in 2020, it was 100% complete, and the South Rockport and Water Street got a neighborhood adjustment due to just market growth in the area. The year-over-year change from 18 to 19 was construction. That's why it was so drastic. The property was noticed at 665,190. Let's see, it was moved to 100% complete. South Rockport did get a neighborhood adjustment this year, and it's like sales. There's a picture of it, and it's a looks like it's actually 3-story, kind of. It has like a level. It's like on stilts, and then there's a story up above that. On the water, they have a little palapa on their waterfront east with some concrete pad. That was built after the purchase of the land. The land value we have is $239,350, and they bought it for $239. So they bought it for exactly what we have on it for land. The comp sales are 1401 Water Street, 1120 South Austin Street, 2713 Shell Ridge Road, and 1571 Fulton Beach Road. These are homes that are just nearby on the water. The sales that we have are, let's see, it was 464,000 was the sale when adjusted to be like the subject. It's 618,000 because it's just a bigger house. The second comp shows an indicated value of 622,176, and then third is 637,730 and 669,519, giving a median indicated value. Oh my gosh, there's more. There's more in Cottage Beach and in North Fulton Beach Road. The indicated mean sales value is 670,414, and we're at 665,190, saying that we're at full value for this thing. We're only short by 5,000, not a big deal. The equity grid is showing other properties on Water Street that are really similar to it. They're being appraised the same way. These are other 6 FBs on Water Street, and their values when adjusted to be like the subject, are giving out a median of $664,769, which is $500 or something below the notice value, which is fine. And our sale ratio report says that we're at 1.02% weighted mean for, what is this for? Shell Ridge Road and Water Street, which was regionalized this year. We can specify that area. Let me see here. And let me look at just a second. Okay. Yeah, some of the comps being used in the sales comparable thing by the property owner's agent include stuff on Bufflehead and Sierra Sound and things.
Those aren't on the water.
It's got stuff way out of it that doesn't even compare.
Yeah, it's pretty
nationwide.
far.
It's,
And
the parts of town are legitimate.
the
I'm ready to make
basis,
a motion.
the basis of the adjustment for this property this year was just completeness and then a neighborhood adjustment. So I would think you want comps that are in this neighborhood.
How much was the neighborhood adjustment?
$430.
Yeah, it's what, 400,
It's
so,
$423 difference,
Right,
so
so-
just reduce the price. I suggest we reduce the price based on the equity number to $664,
767.
$760.
So I make a motion on account number 17870, based on what we heard from the appraisal district, which they proved their equity and equity, and from the property owner's representative, that the 2020 value be lowered to $664,760.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hearing is closed. Opening hearing 2020-1614. Account 8810629. You okay, Scott? Oh, right.
Yeah.
They changed people behind me.
Don't
I
worry.
never know who's there.
Just pretend I'm not here.
Well, he walked out earlier.
Pretend I'm not here.
Our members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Thomas, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. Excuse me, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Vicarazzi, and notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All witnesses must be given under oath.
I am embarked to solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I'll be reading the property owner's affidavit with evidence into the record for account 8810629. Property owner is Tyner Philip J. P.O. Box 1375, Rockport, Texas 78381-1375. Property description is 142 Tedford Lane. This is an A65 of the Joseph Fessenden survey. Acres 0.979. Reasons for protest selected are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared to other properties, and the protest notice included Q5 other. The evidence is indicated in being one packet. Statement of facts or arguments are as follows. Requested value equals $80,000. The hearing type has been selected as I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit, the evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing, which is what we're doing. This was signed in Bear County by Benjamin Thomas and notarized by Lisa Telchik. The evidence included begins with a drawing of the floor plan of the property and a note that says 1,085 square feet. Property was drawn by Smith Lynn, a local home designer. Following is a screenshot of, I'm guessing, some sort of aerial measurement software. And I'm not quite sure what we're supposed to be seeing. It does say ground length is 14.36 feet of whatever line is being drawn on this photograph.
Where, can you
I
tell
don't
us,
even know what you're
where is
talking
this
about.
location?
It's
Where is
1781.
Street?
Tedford, yeah. It's
1781, it's back off 1781 near, kind of close to Donnie Drive.
Oh, okay.
But I think what he's trying to indicate here is that he's asserting that our square footage is incorrect and saying that the square footage of the subject is 1,085 square feet. The following that is a property card from us with a note that says requested value, approximately $80,000, incorrect square foot, incorrect price per unit. Made, and there is a card for a different property owned by the same guy, and it says the subject is 50% higher. And when it was being circled was a porch. That may have been an error, or maybe it was just read wrong.
You see a porch?
Well, he on page 5 or something, he circled PC and the unit price for the PC, and that's a covered porch. And then he put a box around adjusted value and part of the line item value for the main area, which is a 3FB. The 3FB, I'll just point out, is unit price is $76 a foot, and the subject is $97 a foot because it's not a 3FB, it's a 4FB plus. And is this different years? And there's a copy of the same card but with no notes on it. Like, or maybe it's a.
But this is another property he's talking about.
Yes, it's owned by the same guy.
God, yeah.
But it is a different
Why
property.
don't you bring up the card for this property? He's introduced it as evidence. Put it on the wall.
Yeah, well, actually, I'll just go right into my time, so
All
don't
right.
kill that. And the it's at 881069, and it says there's a note that our 2020 value is a 2019 ARB value. So last year it was 161,520. This year it's 160,520. Let's just look at the map and see if maybe it's part of it rectified or something. Maybe our bearings and things.
Didn't he move some things? I don't know. Can I talk about stuff from last year or not? No? Okay.
Okay. Can you zoom out so we know like where we are?
Yeah.
Many of us have been to Tedford Lane. That's 1781, and the bypass is going to be that way. There's Oakdale, that's Donnie Drive. So you're coming down Market Street and you turn on 1781, heading back toward Pocono Cove and that kind of thing, Rattlesnake Point, that turn. And it's a little side road. There's several lots here past Donnie that have these like big front yards, long driveways.
Right.
And this guy owns several of these lots and sort of replanted them and moved some buildings around and that kind of thing.
I think some buildings, maybe was that building in the wrong place?
It may have been before, but it isn't anymore. It's right there.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
It
what's,
looks like a little compound.
yeah, this is what's drawn, and the other one is gonna be this. The value, can we look, well, he put 63991 in
How
his
come there's
thing.
no land value?
On the last of those cards he included,
Yeah.
On
this
our sheets,
account,
there's
there's no
no land
land.
value, it's just improvement value.
oh, because it's an improvement only account.
No, it's because whenever they made an ARB decision last year, they stated, well, if you look, there was a land value in 18. There's not a land value now. It means when the appraiser did the ARB decision in the previous year, they did it to the land
Right.
because there was some land discrepancy. So there's a history here where there's this replat that's went on that's kind of
That's what
sort of like the wild, wild west out there. You know what I mean? Like, hey, let's draw it, let's make it look like this. And then apparently we are concerned we're wrong, or you guys were concerned we were wrong last year. So then the data was put in, the new number, the ARB number from the previous year was put in by subtracting the land value out.
Can we see the cost value of the land plus the improvement?
Cost value,
Yeah, under values, it's gonna be the
Yeah.
cost. It's,
okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
It's
so without that adjustment, this thing would have been what? 164,310. The ARB value is 161,520, which is what it's noticed at for this year because that value holds for 2 years. No changes are made. That's it. That's what it is.
So the 161 number holds? Or the
Yeah, this is
164
this is the
number
second
holds?
year, so we can't.
This
it
is the
can't be
second
changed.
year, well, it's the second year, and the district doesn't change it the second year once we've made a thing, unless there's something that's happened that would cause them to look at it to change it. And there wasn't anything that caused them to change it. So he's wanting it to come back through, but I'm like, well,
It needs to say where it is.
It's
I'm
the
not seeing
appraisal
any
district's opinion
evidence.
that nothing materially has changed about this property. And if it was, whatever it was last year is probably what it is this year. Nothing's noticed, and added, or taken anything away.
He's done some very specific things in circling the porch and everything else. Are
He
those
was talking
things,
about another property.
that's another property?
No, the square footage he's got from Smith Wynn, I think we should correct any minor, just
Yeah.
the estimates on the district's behalf versus Smith's numbers.
Yeah.
I know when the district stopped by my house when we first moved in, we gave him Smith's copies of the plans. I could never contest my square footages because, hey, I gave him the numbers.
Yeah.
And so, I think we ought to do the same here.
Sure. We'll look at them, see if, all right, let's see if we can read this thing. Oh, that is 42 by 24.
I don't remember this property. Do you?
Yes, I definitely do, yes. And I think it was, well, I can't say, I don't know.
I don't really.
I don't know if I can say anything.
It looks like 24 by 42 plus a little corner that's added on the right front of the house.
Oh, that's the house.
And also, if there's any, what do you
What do
call
we have for
those?
MA square footage on this thing?
1242.
Why is it so high? This drawing looks pretty accurate.
Let me see real quick. We have it 44 by 26. And I think you guys, I heard someone say 24 by,
It's 24 by 42.
and it looks to me like if I just grab right there and shoot to right there, I can't read that, but I think it,
23.8.
So that would mean that it looks like our square footage is wrong.
Yeah.
We would,
I'm happy to do that. So this is 1,085 square feet, and the what was it? What'd you say it was? It was
1,085,
12.
covered porch or covered patio looks like 400 square feet. And the front porch, 100.
180 feet for the
180.
porch.
Right. Yeah, our porches are right.
Mhm.
It's the interior space that's off, and the what was the MA area? You said it was 12.
12 something, and I changed it to 1085.
Oh, you already did it in the thing.
Well, I'm just doing it as I'm hearing y'all talk. So I can give you guys a number.
Oh, okay. I was gonna round about it. Go ahead.
So,
Did you get the detached?
Can you come back out a little bit, please, Ray?
Dana,
Yes.
Wait,
did you
not
get
that
the
much.
detached garage?
Did you think? Do we have it on the?
In the
account?
figures.
It's different. 72 versus 450.
672.
And there might have been. Does the property card show us there any type of exemptions or anything on the house?
Where
On
you
just the
see
house?
450?
I'll have to look and see. I'm
On the same one where it says request 80,000,
Okay.
down in the area column, it's 1085. We took care of that.
Oh, I see. It says 450.
See that? Handwritten in there.
Yeah, we're gonna have, we don't have a thing from Smithwind for that, so we'll have to measure it.
Is this just a concrete pad? I can't tell.
It is. So Ray, can we verify the dimensions of the DG that's attached, or that's?
21 by 32. No, I mean, we have that as a carport.
Well, what's the
The DG is not there, it looks like.
Maybe
the
that was the
DG's
slide.
gone.
Is this,
That's where the DG was.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Can you go to 19 and see if it
but
was
why
on there
wouldn't
last
we
year?
have done that last year? Because we discussed this in depth last year.
I don't know.
There's always something.
I guess you missed it.
No, Ramona, I'm not sure.
It was already.
Been gone.
I mean, okay, so Ray, since you're in there, you leave the thing that we all love.
The detached garage is gone.
Yourself, yeah. Let's go ahead.
Let me give you guys a number. So
We're
we
gonna
can-
get the number that it, with the adjustments made, so that it's not an estimate, it'll be a.
143.5.
143.5. Okay, so that is with correcting the square footage of the main area of the house and removing the detached garage from the account altogether.
143,500.
That's right, 143,500.
Okay, so that
What's the number?
is all 143,500.
Okay.
That corrects all the square footage numbers?
It does, the porches are accurate to Smithson's drawings.
All right.
All right, so on account number 88-10629, taking into consideration the incorrect appraised market value, the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, and any other item that may affect the total value of this property, it is indicated that we should lower the total value on this property to $143,500.
One thing that is due to the square footage error, so
Due
you know what it
to-
is next year.
Okay, will that be in our notes?
It will be on YouTube. It will be on notes. We've got it, but feel free to state it how you want to state it.
Well, because it won't be on those notes for us to go back to next year when it comes up.
We'll have notes in this account.
You
Be-
will?
Yeah, we have the square footage wrong.
Okay.
It'll forever be noted
Okay,
that
I would just, that's
All right.
fine.
And this is a correction in the square footage of the actual building on site.
Right.
Correct.
Is it?
Oh, somebody has to
Second, I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that hearing is closed. Next up is case ID 2020-1542, account 52293. There are members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Flowers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Section 41.6.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with any other person as indicated by 41.66F.
I, Robert David, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect. I'm physically located in Texas.
I was with Paparazzi and notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I will be reading the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record.
Thank you.
What's the case number on this? 1
4542.
1542.
I don't see it in my.
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock?
Well, look it up.
See, look what we're doing.
Who's it called?
Moving right along.
See, Ray didn't believe us.
But there's quite a few of them.
No, Kathy.
Okay, this is property ID number 52293. The property owner is Bagat Karshan et Uxford Mila D. And Bhakta Ganvantre R et Ux Nirmaleben G. 546 North Commercial, Aransas, Texas, 783362765. Property description 545 North Commercial Street, BPP Pelican Inn. Reasons for protest: incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared to other properties, and other specified as 23.24. The evidence included is one packet, statement of facts or arguments, delete account. Here,
In this morning?
No.
this is the BPP. The hearing type is it's selected as I intend to hear by telephone conference call for the hearing.
Oh,
This
personal
affidavit and
property.
the evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. So that's what we're doing. Signed in Bear County by Benjamin Thomas and notarized by Lisa Telchik. And for our evidence, I'm just going to explain what this is.
Why
This is
why
the-
does it say delete account?
Because it should be deleted. The BPP is the equipment, personal property.
Oh, and it's not up and running.
It's not that, it's that hotels don't get a BPP account.
Oh,
Because the hotel real property is the business. So if I have a garage, it could be anything. But if I put jacks in it and tools and who knows what, now it's a mechanic shop. And then if I take all that stuff out and I put chairs and stoves, now it's a restaurant, right? But a hotel, the BPP is like the furniture, the beds, the bedside tables, the laundry equipment, the washing machines. So as a result of that, when you capitalize a hotel as on an income basis, it does not get a BPP account also.
so would your desk in your manager's office and
For a
the
hotel,
printers and
yes.
that all goes with the
It's
washer,
considered
dryer?
expenses, they get reserves for replacement, they can do all that stuff on the income basis because the thing that you are capitalizing in a hotel is the real property. It is the building. The building and the land is the thing that's making you the money.
And the
Okay.
reason that a rental house, you have a BP account is because it's not even set up on the same deal.
It's because it's not being valued on income. That's
Thank you,
right.
okay.
The account wasn't deleted because apparently we're requiring them to submit a business closure form. They didn't, And it's our opinion that, I don't know if you all have the authority to delete the account without them submitting a business closure form. I don't think you can.
That would be like double taxation.
No, I don't think you can. What I'm saying is I don't think you can delete it. What you should do is our recommendation is to set the value at 0.
Ah, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Next year,
But you will send them out another note asking them to sign this?
well, every hotel owner who's not keeping up with their paperwork, it's gonna be in this same boat next year. They gotta turn in this form, so they'll stop getting bills for $0.
But can I put that in my motion, that
No, we're,
No, I mean, I want them to do it too. We're mailing them letters that say, here's your
Oh,
bill for
okay.
nothing.
don't we just value it at 0?
We can value it at 0.
Okay, but
So
in
you
order
make a
to maybe
motion to
give them
value it at zero.
incentive,
right, but to get it off their records, they need it to
He has
be,
to do something.
it has to be closed.
Yeah.
So I was just
We
trying to
can't-
help
We can't
them.
do that.
Right, I know that.
Let's make it 0.
All right, so I make a motion on account 52293 that based upon what we've seen from the property owner's representative and heard from the appraisal district, that this account for 2020 value be lowered to a $0 value. And I believe that takes into consideration incorrect appraised market value, the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal, and any other entity that may affect the value of this property.
Second.
can I make one comment before we go?
Sure.
Do we need to put some nominal value on this thing, $100?
He said 0.
To give them incentive to get this form?
No.
It should be
Okay.
0.
Second,
I seconded.
in favor?
Aye.
Right.
Next.
Hearing
I
is
want you
closed.
to look at the clock and,
Hearing
like,
on 2020-1545, account 59963. Our members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with any other person on this property in violation of section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F and am signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Garazzi, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear from the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. And I will read the property owner's affidavit evidence into the record. It is account 59963. Owner is C&P Monarch LP, 12 West Barladock Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas 78414-6157. Property description is 1202 Mesquite Street, lot 148. The site is described Woody Acres Mobile Home and RV Park, space 148, travel trailer. The reasons for protest selected were incorrect market value and values unequal compared to other properties, and the protest notice included 5 other. Evidence included specified as one packet. Statement of facts or arguments are as follows: opinion of value equals $100. The hearing type is selected was I do not intend to appear in this hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit and the evidence, an argument submitted with it, may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. That's what we're doing. Name and its signature is Bear County Benjamin Thomas, notarized by Lisa Telchik. Our evidence is.
What is this thing?
It is a travel trailer.
That they run out, maybe?
No, it is a porch.
Oh.
A porch?
So the travel trailer itself is not real property, but the
Right.
park next to but not affixed to, is real property. When that guy leaves, the next guy parks his travel trailer next to the porch. It has $1,500 in value. And I will tell you, things, porches and storage sheds and stuff get bought and sold in these parks to each other. They, hey, you want to buy my deck, and they put it on someone's forklift and they move it around. They're not worth a lot of money, but I think that our value on it is probably pretty reasonable. The replacement cost on this kind of thing would be like your buddy Rick telling you he can build you one for the cost of materials and beer. I mean,
So
it's
we
not
tax
a high value thing, but it is, the porch is real property.
but we tax the RV park.
The RV park, yes.
But it may be a person's.
No, if it's on the land, it belongs to the RV, to the real property owner.
Okay.
If I go build a house on someone else's land, I'm just building them a house. It's true. That's true.
I'd be very happy.
And that's all it is. It's worth more than $100. Its value and use is.
I thought he put $3,000.
He put 100.
100 on this one.
Yeah, that was a negotiation, I'm sure. That certainly looks like more than $1,000.
Yeah, it's quite a bit.
There is. It's well made.
What's that?
It's
I
corrugated.
mean, if it's been there since 2010, I mean, it does look well made.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't see any reason to change the value on this.
I don't either.
Okay, so on account number 59963, based upon what we heard from the appraisal district and from evidence provided by the property owner's representative, taking into consideration incorrect appraised market value and the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal and any other item which may affect the total value of this property, I make a motion that we leave the 2020 value at $1,690.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opening a hearing on case ID 2020-1546. Account 61256. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code number 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, am notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I'll be reading the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record for account 61256. Owner is CMP Monarch LC, 12 West Bartlett Dock Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas 78414-6157. Property description is 1202 Mesquite Street, lot 162A. The description is Woody Acres Mobile Home and RV Park, space 162, Park Model. Reasons for protest selected are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared to other properties. And the protest notice specified Q5 other as well. The evidence is listed as being one packet. The statements of facts or arguments is as follows. OPV equals $3,000. $3,000. The hearing type is I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit, the evidence made with it may be used for the hearing if I cannot appear in person at the hearing. Section 7, name and signature signed in Bear County by Benjamin Thomas, notarized by Lisa Telchik. And that summarizes the property evidence. The appraisal evidence is for account 61256. This is a it's like it's like a cabin. They're using it like a cabin. It's a little park model.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it looks like a log house kind of. Last year it was 21,140.
Oh, how cute that is.
That was cute.
This year it's 21,140. Why is this not?
Is this for the whole unit?
For the building.
For the building?
For the building. It's personal property. Yeah. It's not. Remember, it's a separate account. It's not. You can move it around.
You get depreciation 91%.
Yeah, there you go. 91% depreciated. And the costs are going to be sales of these things. Actually, people do buy and sell these things in parks, and the sales give indicated values for the subject at 23,700, 17,000, 34,800, and we have wide variance and stuff. Numbers this small. That shows that this thing's probably worth about $24,000, $23,789. It was noticed at $21,140. Equity grid, you'll see the first one on the equity grid looks just the same. They have a couple of these, and they look like little cabins. And it was noticed at $22,090. It's just minor little differences in size of porch or something. And then there's other park models showing that they're on there as that class SP12. SP12 is going to be how you would class a park model once it becomes property, taxable property. And then, I wonder what category it is.
Hey, Damon, can I ask you something?
Yep.
Go back to your property card, please.
Okay.
Okay. Down at the bottom,
Mhm.
improvement information.
Yes.
Okay. And over there to the right, the adjusted value, add those all up, and it's got the main area, the open deck, and the open deck.
Yep.
Okay. And then you add all those up, and it comes to 19,760.
Right.
So how did we get from 19,760 to 21,140
Okay, look where it says improvement information, and on that line to the left,
to the left?
it says in BHB, right? And then it's colon M9660. It's on that gray line that says improvement information.
Oh, NBHD? No.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. Is that the neighborhood adjustment?
It is. The neighborhood M9660 is this park in this area, this
And this is in what, Woody Acres?
Woody Acres. So
Okay.
it's 7% over what it would be, somewhere else.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to know why it wasn't matching that number, and that's, now you've explained that, so thank you.
Your equity, median equity is slightly less.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
we're gonna adjust
I
that.
need to look at that.
Just it down $950.
Yeah.
So we just need to reduce the price to 20,180.
Yes. All right, any other discussion? All right, so on account 61256, taking into consideration, based upon the information presented by the appraisal district and from the information provided by the property owner's agent, taking into consideration the incorrect appraised market value and the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, and any other item which may affect the total value of this property. I make a motion on 61256 that we lower the value to $20,180.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, hearing is closed. Opening hearing on case ID 2020-1547, account 63144. Our members who are considering the protest did not communicate with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Robert Tate, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Rising, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Emmett Burke, do solemnly swear that the testimony you will present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I'll be reading the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record. I have it again, so I thought it was different, the same one, but it's different. This is account 63144, C&P Monarch LP, the owner, 12 West Barladock Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas, 70. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, 414-157. Property description is 303 North 12th Street. North 12th Street. Description is Fulton Town Site, Block 39, Lot 1 to 8 acres, 2.952, and part of Railroad Avenue lying west of 12th Street, south of Mesquite Street, north of Chaparral Street, and east of Fulton OL 106. Fulton Outlots 106. Reasons for protests are incorrect appraised market value, values unequal compared to other properties, and protest notice including Q5 other evidence is specified as being one packet. Statement of facts or arguments is as follows: OPV equals $30,000. Opinion of value is $30,000. Here,
That's crazy.
the opinion of value being $30,000.
Charlie, you crack me up.
We'll get there. I mean, we'll see.
And in
This
the
is
last years,
on
everybody's got a couple.
1547.
I don't have to agree with it. I just got to read.
Well, yeah, there's 3 other Monarch properties though. I'm just wondering if we got them confused.
It might be the next one. That one's more likely.
Yeah.
Or even the next one.
Well, but also the one before, he had 300 on, so, I mean, or 3,000, so.
He's listed the right property.
All right, well, go ahead.
Let's just go through it, because I just think it's how he's doing it.
The hearing type selected is I do not intend to appear at the hearing, either in person or by telephone conference call. The affidavit and the evidence and our arguments submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. Signed in Barron County by Trent Thomas and notarized by Linda Pelchick. And it was, that concludes the property owner's evidence, taxpayer's evidence. The ACAD evidence is for account 63144. Our 2019 market value is $256,650, and our 2020 value is $298,270. This is the west section of Woody Acres. That's on a separate parcel. Most of Woody Acres is on one big chunk. This is the portion, and part of it is not even part of the park. There's like some commercial warehouse space that's being rented to tenants who do work in there.
Hey, Ray, will you show us that, please?
Is it a house or
Yes, you
what is it?
It's a 63144.
I'm gonna take that away
Sliver
from
we
you.
saw this morning that was on the west end of 3 acres.
My memory is just not very good. 63144.
Can we go north up?
Can't see it back in Damon.
Is it a metal building?
Which one is it?
The one on the, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so this is getting us north up. This is Woody Acres main parcel. This is the rest of the block. It's also part of Woody Acres. Access to these places is on 12th Street. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. sites on this parcel. The thing that was discussed at the consideration for the sister parcel is that this website had 350 spaces. And then that was corrected by one of the appraisers to say, well, hey, we need to add 20 spaces to get to the 350 they say they have. And then a different appraiser looked at this parcel and said, there's no TPs on here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, put 9 TPs on there. So that was why we were saying it's probably that there's 9 here and 341 on this one for 350 total. But this one is accurate. It's got 9 spaces. We just saw them. This is added at cost value, even though it is a commercial thing. We haven't moved our warehouses to income yet. This was a sale this year. It affirmed our valuation of this park, with the exception of the fact that there's a little bit of room in it to get to real market value. You know, if they overpaid, quote unquote, from what our market value is. And it's my opinion that a lot of that has to do with this thing generating income we're not accounting for, and those cabins. The cabin places are parks that have cabins obviously there's a trend there. The big parks we're valuing, it's working out great, and big parks with cabins, there's this missing extra chunk. And figuring out how that's being valued in the purchase, clearly the cabins are doing something. But
the guy that bought this, whoever bought it, paid the 4.5 or whatever it was,
Yeah.
including that piece.
yes, and it was 4.7, I think.
Whatever it was,
And
yeah.
it's my opinion that he didn't really need it. I think that it was a fine purchase. It's not like you got the steal of the century, but it's not like he's going to be unhappy with what he bought. But this parcel is what's under protest, and it's just prorated out from the whole thing.
It's the whole thing?
No, it's just this little chunk.
No, I know, but I'm saying it's the land and the,
Land and the improvements.
okay.
So if you look at our sales grid, it actually takes out, it shows you, okay, what portion of that 4.75 million sale was this land in these 9, and that is it made up $508,000 worth of the sale. And we're noticing them at 453,000. You know, like 90% or something on the whole sale. We're a little bit further on this one. That just lends more credence to the idea that it has something to do with that little warehouse. I'm probably making.
Wait, you said we're
$6,000 a
noticing them
month.
at 400, I've got 298,270.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the median indicated value is 4.
oh, yeah. 453.
And that's what I'm saying. Like our on the bigger one, the median indicated value and the indicated value of the big chunk was pretty much the same number. We're only at 298 on this one, and it made up 508,000 of the sale, based on proportionality. The median indicated value for this and other parks that sold this year is 453,075. So how much you'd expect to pay for just this was one little park.
The median equity?
That's the median.
Oh, median sales. I was like, going, okay.
Now the equity is going to be really a lot closer to it.
Yeah.
The equity grid is showing parks on Johnson Road, Dallas Street, and Murphy Road. They have 23 spaces, 18 spaces, and 19 spaces. This one has 9, and it shows we're treating them all the same way. They're at median equity of 318,756, which is at 298. I will point out that there is a sale on, let's see here, on Adolfo that is 7 seats, and there's like nothing, building, there's no land, etc. And it's sold for 160. So this is more evidence that building down there.
Okay, and the reason they're in the CTP number on this is because it was
It is Woody Acres.
thrown in.
This is Woody Acres. CMP Monarch LP is Woody Acres.
So that the 9 had gotten from,
Yeah. Then these 9 ones, the people this morning were saying that there's less than 350 on this parcel. And I'm agreeing that it's possible that
over on that.
there's 341 on that one and there's 9 on this one.
Okay.
You know.
Alrighty.
That's it.
All right, so, what's y'all's opinion?
I think we leave it where it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
No reason to change it.
Comp equity is supported.
Support. Yeah, we don't.
Okay. So Ramona, you there?
Yeah, I agree. It plays out.
Okay, so on account number 63144, based upon what we've heard from the appraisal district and from the property owner's representative, taking into consideration incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal and any other item that may affect the total value on this property, we believe that it is appropriate to leave it at the 2020 value of $298,270.
Second.
On favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Closed.
Okay.
Opening hearing on case ID 2020-1548, account 64073. Our members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear. I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of code section 4166F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with any other person in violation of 41.66F.
I, Robert Bates, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, am notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
I swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is correct. You're reading the property owner's affidavit of evidence in the record for 64073. The owner is CMP Monarch LP, 12 West Barnabas Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78414-6157. Property description is 1202 Mesquite Street, Lot 82. Woody Acres Mobile Home and RV Park, Space 82, serial number 000, Circle J Park. Reason for protest: only thing selected was value is unequal compared with other properties. However, on the notice of protest, incorrect appraised market value and Q5 other were also selected. The evidence included is specified as being one packet. Statement of facts or arguments are as follows: OPV equals $4,000.
Just have these all out of whack or something.
It's an opinion of value, just says $4,000. Hearing type is I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit and the evidence and or arguments submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. Signed in Bear County by Benjamin Thomas and notarized by Lisa Telchik. That concludes property owner's evidence. The ACAD evidence is for account 64073. Last year it was noticed at $30,260. This year it was noticed at $29,990. It is a little park model type cabin thing in Woody Acres, just like the one that we saw a few minutes ago. It has, just been sitting there. Let's look at the sales grid. It's other park models in parks. And it's showing it's worth 32,555 and our market value is 29.9. The equity grid is showing a similarly minor downward adjustment from 29,990 to 29,846, which would be the median equity value for the subject. There's a skill ratio report, and that concludes our evidence.
Okay, and did he, like, these have bathroom and kitchen and everything, right? Or
Yeah,
they at least
Yeah.
have a toilet
no, they
and a
have,
sink?
they're like little houses.
They have everything.
It's
Like, like a little efficiency.
Right.
It's a park
So a
model is a
house.
type of mobile home that was intended to skirt taxation laws, where they managed to lobby to say anything smaller than 400 square feet, anything that meets this criteria is kind of access. And they're cut out the way they are because they're 398 square feet. I mean, they're exactly designed to skirt these things, but sometimes people add to them and they do things and they end up becoming real property again. But all over the county, there's park models that are just not, they just don't get taxed. They don't have license plates and they're not real property. So
Good deal.
that's what they're for.
Well, and they don't have to pay the,
But you do have to live in 398 square.
but
There
they,
you go.
but they don't have to pay if they rent them out for less than 30 days. They don't, they get, that also gets them around the thing, because they're part of the park.
Potentially, yeah, that's a gray area. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so.
I think we should put it down to 29,840.
Yes,
Mhm.
I
Yep.
agree. Yeah. Okay, so on account number 64073, considering the information from the appraisal district and also from the property owner's representative and looking at incorrect appraised market value, appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, and the possibility of any other item which might affect the total value of this property, it is indicated that we should lower the 2020 value to $29,840.
Second.
All in favor?
Or
Opening a hearing on,
rapid speed today.
opening a hearing on case ID 2020
Did I say? Oh.
1549,
Nice, so we don't have anybody in there.
account 64110. Our members who are considering the protest did not communicate with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Texas Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with any other person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F and am signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, notarizing and running signature, and I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I am Burke, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you shall present in the review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. You're reading the property owner's affidavit of evidence in your record for account 64110. Property owner is C&P Monarch LP, 12 West Barlow Dock Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78414-6157. Property description is 1202 Mesquite Street, lot 172. Yeah, this is right. It's Woody Acres Mobile Home and RV Park, space 172, serial number 000, Circle J Park Model. Reasons for protest checked are both market value and values unequal compared to other properties. And on the notice of protest, Q5 other was also selected. Evidence is specified to be in one packet. The statement of facts or arguments is as follows. OPV equals $3,000. Opinion of value, $3,000. Hearing type selected is I do not intend to appear in the hearing, either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit, the evidence and/or argument submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. It is signed in Bear County by Benjamin Thomas, notarized by Lisa Telchik. That concludes their evidence. The ACAD evidence is loading. It is property 64110. Last year it was noticed at 22,090. This year it's noticed at 22,090. It's a park model kind of cabin-y thing in Woody Acres. Our sales grid shows 26,079 and it's noticed at 22,090. Our equity grid shows 23,574 and the market value is 22,090. I will point out for fun that the other equity grids have shown tiny downward adjustments. This one shows a tiny upward adjustment. It's because that's going to happen. When you do parent sales analysis like this, there's like a margin of error, a sort of deviation to where the nicest house in the neighborhood will always look like it's a little bit high, and the worst house in the neighborhood will always look like it's a little bit low. Part of that has to do with the quality of the calculations being done. So if you can imagine $100 and then it goes up 50%, and you're like, this is great. And you say it goes down 50%. You're not back where you started, right? You're at 75% now. If it goes down by half and then up by half, you're at 75. You're not back to normal. Making these adjustments with things that have some are dollar amounts, some are percentages, some are all these different things, there ends up being lost in the mix. It's just so extraordinarily complicated that there's just this accepted margin of error where, yeah, it's going to be a couple $100 lower high. That's part of the reason why appraisal work is done within a margin of error. Even fee appraisal work is like, it's not precise to the dollar. If you want to get that kind of thing, you have to start doing other forms of valuation like discounted cash flow analysis and stuff. Even then it's, that's speculative. But anyways, that's just explaining why the other ones were low and this one's a little high. They're both in what they're describing, what these grids are telling you is the same thing, is that it's equitable. And the sales ratio report follows that. That's all. That concludes our
Okay, so these are basically two of the same items per se. They're, but we're tax or assessing them $7,000 apart approximately.
This one
One was
has
at 29,990, but we reduced it a little bit. One's at 22,090. But we
How
don't.
come?
porches and stuff. It's going to be porches. Yeah.
So,
The main
but
area
we
is
just
three.
want to-
They're both the same class. It's going to be the amount of decking that they have.
Oh, and they've got depreciation.
I think they're depreciated the same amount. They're both about the same age.
It
Well, I
is.
don't think we want to increase the price to the equity in the market
Can't do
value,
that.
so
Oh, no.
I suggest we leave the value at 22,090.
Okay, so on account number 64110, taking into consideration the information that we've heard from the appraisal district and the information provided by the representative for the property owner, and looking at incorrect appraised market value and the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal and any other items which might have affected the total property value, it is indicated that we should leave the 2020 value for account number 64110 at $22,090.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hearing is closed. Opening hearing on case ID 2020-1550. Count 8809822. Every member who are considering the protest has not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Flowers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with any other person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
I, Robert Davis, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another violation of tax section 41.66 F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Pickera, notarizing Ramona's signature, and I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. And I'll read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record for case, or for ID number 8809822. Owned by Woody Acres Management LLC. 1202 Mesquite Street, Fulton, Texas 78385. That should probably be 7835. The property description is 1202 Mesquite Street, lot 609. The legal description is Woody Acres Mobile Home and RV Park, space 609, miscellaneous improvements. Reasons for protest is incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared to other properties, and the notice of protest includes Q5 other. Evidence is specified as being one packet. Statement of facts or arguments is as follows. Opinion of value equals $100. Hearing type is selected. I do not intend to appear at the hearing, either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit of evidence and the argument submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I don't appear in person at the hearing. Signed in Bear County by Benjamin Thomas, notarized by Lisa Telchik. That's what I mean. All right, that concludes the property owner's evidence. ACAD evidence for 8809822 is all it is a description of what this is. It's a glass porch. Similar to the porch we saw before, except much more substantial. This is you keep it air conditioned and whatnot. You'll feel like you're inside if you're in this thing. It's a glass porch. And the travel trailer is not real property, so it's not on there. And there's no land. It's just a 2012 built, what's called a PG3 glass porch, and we have that at. It's $3,170 for this glass porch. A little neighborhood adjustment, it's $3,390.
Yeah.
And that's a glass porch in Woody Acres.
We
Okay.
have nothing to compare it to, so it's correct.
Well, I'll point out our value for a glass porch is from Marshall Swift cost schedules.
Oh, okay. But I suggest we leave the value at $3,390.
All right, so anybody have anything different?
No.
All right, on account number 8809822, specifically taking into account the incorrect appraised market value and the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal and any other item which may affect the total value of this property. It is proven that we should leave the 2020 value at $3,390.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can I confirm that this is the last one?
That is the last.
This one right here.
No, we already did that last one. What, you mean the one we just did?
We need to figure out what's going on with the Elizabeth Hunsucker one.
Yeah.
Hunsaker one.
So
I think that what it was he said,
Y'all have done it.
no, it's that he didn't have this one until like yesterday, and then he was like, hey, Ben, here's your other one. I had this one. And he didn't have any evidence ready. But I think that over the course of the last couple of hours, he submitted evidence.
Oh.
I think, or at least an affidavit. It's possible.
Somebody going to look?
We don't
He
know.
is. He's going to check. He's going to check with Val. If we don't have an affidavit, then he's basically not showing up. But if he has an affidavit, then we'll just read it in. Let me see if.
I know, I'm like going,
So it might be,
One
oh, Val's like 5 steps ahead of us, as usual. Great, perfect, done. We'll use this.
Come on, Ray.
Paperwork's on the way.
No, we're
No,
here.
it's here.
Ready to go. Sherry got
It's
it.
here.
Okay, now we're going.
What do you mean you're done?
I'll be back in a second.
No, if
Y'all
we have
just
to,
swear
if
in
we
and-
have to sit in here, so
Oh, they have information?
All right, you sent an affidavit for the
Got it.
Sacker,
Yeah, you guys, I didn't even think to just check. It's in here.
1559.
We're gonna have a.
1559.
Ray's gonna have to eat his words.
So the one we thought earlier that was not gonna be on there?
It is. Yeah, we can handle
We can
it.
handle.
Oh, I know, we got this.
We're easy to work with.
Ready?
Ready.
Okay, opening a hearing on case ID 2020-1559, account 25942. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I did not communicate with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hopkins, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I am physically located in Texas.
And I'm just noting for the file that while the affidavit of evidence only has Q2 marked, the actual protest form has Q1, Q2, and other. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Did you verify? She didn't
No, it was
verify
me.
her signature.
Oh, you, I'm sorry.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, am notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am in Texas.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Reading the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record. 25942. Hunsaker Elizabeth A. Trust is the name of the property owner. Next line is Hunsaker Elizabeth A. Trustee 4701 Maple Street, Bel Air, Texas 77401-5726. Property description is 117 4th Street. Lamar Outlots, lot 106, tract 10. The reasons for protest selected are values unequal compared with other properties, but the notice of protest does include Q1, incorrect appraised market value, and Q5, other. The evidence included is specified as being one packet. The statement of facts or arguments are as follows. Requested value equals $24,000. Hearing type selected as I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit and evidence and or arguments submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. It's signed in Bear County by Benjamin Thomas, notarized by Mason Township. That concludes the affidavit. Evidence is for account 25942. This is a little house on 4th Street in Lamar. It is $52,050 last year. $82,730 this year. There was an increase in effective age as a result of just repairs and ongoing maintenance. And the note says if added effective years, home has been updated since 1970. It was previously given an effective age of 1970, and it was moved up to 1990, despite some of that depreciation. The land move? Did it change? Okay, the land went up in this area. Anytime land moves, it's a result of sales.
Can you show us where it is?
This is Lamar Beach Road. This is St. Charles Bay. This is the boat ramp. This is 4th Street. That's the subject. There's several little cottages here. Not cottages, really. They're just small houses. And this is the one that faces 4th Street. This land table got an adjustment, and this house got an effective age increase in the last couple of years as well.
So is that the St. Charles out there?
This is St. Charles Bay,
Yeah,
That's
but I
that
mean,
boat
the
place.
boardwalk is St. Charles Bay is down, that'd be south of that?
that way, yeah, it'd be about 50 feet in the ground.
But that's the water right there.
It is,
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
And I'll just say, as far as the location, in one way, this location is awesome, because it's next to this thing that's basically a nature preserve in the St. Charles Bay, which I love. It's quiet, it's awesome, but it is also pretty remote, and it's a small lot, so some people will love it and some people will pass. Lamar's not for
Can you,
everybody.
can you get there by going out that way, or do you have to go down Lamar Beach Road?
No, 4th Street goes through.
It goes all the way through.
Yeah, there's no access problems at all. I'm just saying, you are in Lamar, it's not a grocery store in Lamar, but I would be happy to be in Lamar. My kids running around and catching deer.
Come my yard and catch it here.
The,
That's true.
I'm not kidding, they're all over the place.
I know.
The sales comps are other 3SS homes in Aransas County in kind of similarly quaint neighborhoods. There's not obviously going to be a whole lot of activity in a neighborhood this small, and the biggest driver of value is just going to be the house. The other 3SS homes in Rockport are selling for an indicated median value of $92,252 for the subject, and it was noticed at $82,730. One of the things that ties our hands in appraisal is equity. The equity grid shows other 3SS homes on Estates Drive, Bayberry Circle, and Driftwood Street, giving a median equity value of $84,443. The subject is noticed at $82,730. The reason we can't get closer to market on it is because we have to stay equitable, which does end up making it, no, it's not worth $82,000, but we have to be equitable also. And the sales grid is for Lamar, looks like. We're at 97.8% and 98.8% average mean in Lamar. And finished full house on 4th Street. That is all for evidence.
So did everybody's land go up in that area?
Yeah, it was a land table change.
Up.
Oh,
It went up a little bit. There's some activity.
It's pretty, it's so remote, is that why?
It's,
it's-
Times
I would think
1.8, 1.08.
Yeah,
108%, sorry.
places that like this tend to sit for a long time without a lot of activity, and then all of a sudden things start changing hands and you find out how much it's appreciating. On that note, not Lamar Beach Road, the Front Street down there in Lamar, that thing has just been sitting there
crazy.
forever, and the whole time it's just silently appreciated. And nobody is knowing exactly what that number is, but it's worth way, way more than
Oh, it's
what it
huge
used to.
activity.
Way,
My
way
friends
more.
have bought
And you
and
just-
sold out there twice.
But yeah, you just know because you've got a lot that we're saying the whole property's 300,000 and they build an $800,000 house on it, so something's not adding up.
Well, and there
It's
was
all built out
activity.
now, pretty much.
Yeah.
That means
It used to be, Lamar used to be cheap, but anyways, it wasn't, the change in it year over year was $30,000 on this, we're at $82,000 for this house. And it's 552 square feet.
Well, but you've got land. You've got land in there.
Yeah.
And
that's not very much land.
how big is the land?
It is 2,801 square feet.
2,000.
I don't know, to me, it seemed a little priced, but.
It
It's
seems,
it's as big as some people's house.
what, Ramona?
That's true.
The land is as big as some people's house.
Not mine, but
Well, not mine either, but
She said,
I said not mine.
no, what she said, land was like.
She said not, oh, it's as big as some people's houses are as big as that land. So,
Mine is, for sure.
and I was like going, yeah, well, not mine, okay? Mine would probably have a footprint of that.
I don't know. I mean, I know that what you're saying about the land tables and all that stuff, it just seems like so much
A little bit.
in 1 year.
So the land table is from the boat ramp back. that, do you know? Because there would be the view of the water,
I don't
water,
think you can see the water
view.
from there.
Oh,
That
well,
house,
yeah.
you can see the water
what,
as you go this way.
what was that?
Hammer.
Both of y'all.
I mean, it's just that the thing that's driving the value out here is that the water. It's just like,
You're right, they can't see the water. Well, I guess if you look up that way, you can.
I mean, yeah, this isn't, it's a small house though. It's not like somebody's retirement home. Look at their thing they're across from. It's just the location. This land is just,
reserved there, so yeah.
this land is just phenomenally situated. That's what it is.
Okay, then I think we should leave it where it is. Everybody okay with that?
Ramona?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it makes sense to leave it where it is. One, it's within equitable, with the sales and equity. It's in that range. It's less than that. So, I mean, I know land's kind of crazy, so.
Right, I mean, right, because to me, it's like, wow, that seems like a little bit more, but when you look at what all's gone on in that area, that is the equitable answer. So we've got to stay consistent.
Right.
So, right, so we have to stay consistent, so.
Leave it as it is.
Yep.
Yes, so count 25942, and especially looking at the incorrect appraised market value and the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, and any other items which might affect the total value on this property. Count 25942, I think I said. I believe it's called for that we definitely leave the value at $82,730.
One second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Are no letters.
There are no letters.
We're done.
What? No letters?
No letters.
Wow.
Nobody loves us.
Quick question, are you two?
That's a good thing.
Okay, because
I am.
I have to go to the dentist at 4:15
Yeah.
and I cracked a tooth yesterday, so.
Oh, no.
Anyway.
I'm sorry.
You hurt your knuckles?
Oh, were you in a bar again?
Just some Ezekiel
Now, Robert, we have talked to you about that.
Beating the heck out of it.
We've told you that no good comes out of going to those places.
Are y'all working tomorrow?
Okay.
No.
Ramona,
What?
have a good weekend.
Wait a minute, I have something to say, Ray.
Okay.
I'll be here all next week.
We'll be here much.
She will be here all next week. Monday morning, she'll be doing what she normally does. So she'll come in when she can.
I'm not leaving town.
We're good.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, but I'm happy to hear that.
Are y'all gonna be running? Are there any days where there's just gonna be 3?
No.
No, you got it.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
No, Charlie,
To leave early.
don't say.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, Ramona.
Nice weekend.
Oh, did we adjourn?
What's today's date?
I make a motion that we adjourn.
16.
Second.
All in favor? Like, all in favor? Charlie, come on, say all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye, okay.
We are adjourned.
All right.